Oh, Dorothy. Oh, is Dorothy testifying today? Oh, what a blessing. Oh, it's Dorothy. Oh, Dorothy. Everybody's got the ID. I'm not feeling too good today, and I need to be absolved of any crimes I've committed. Dorothy. Oh, Dorothy, are you there, Dorothy? Are you out there? What's up, guys? How are you doing? So we're back a few minutes ahead of time because these people start so fast. They start like 5-10 minutes early sometimes, and it's just like bring out the witness and put the evidence on. They don't even there's no introduction. I'm wrong. That's 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. The thing I never understood about the time for you guys, because I thought YouTube converts the time for you unless you have the wrong time on your device. So like if something's 3 p.m. Eastern for me, whatever time zone you're in, it's gonna tell you what time it is, ain't it? And then there's a countdown, isn't there? Or doesn't that happen for everybody? Because I always get confused why some people are confused about the time. Doesn't it count it down? 1 hour left, 10 minutes left, 5 minutes left. We're back. Definitely. Deb says, definitely watch Crazy Not Insane, thought-provoking documentary. Thanks, Mel. Amazing. Rosalind, thank you for the super chat earlier. Konas Mom, thank you for the super chat as well. And there was a super chat that I forgot earlier. I can find it. Bum. I don't remember where it was at. Somebody sent me one. I think I forgot. Then I got to go hit start on Facebook and Twitch. I guess I got it all. Yeah, I guess I got it all. Oh, wow. Thank you, Claudia. That was really, really nice of you. Thank you for hosting the trial. Appreciate that. Thank you, Claudia. Sent a 50. Thank you so much. Damn. Got to smile now. Be happy. No complaining. Mandy L. Mandy, thank you for the super chat and your emails. If T testifies, she will wrap into Maria. Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen, man. I don't know. I don't think they're going to finish with Dorothy today. Dorothy. I don't think they're going to finish with her today. I mean, unless the defense really ain't got shit. But this is all the defense has. I guess this is all they have. It seems like is this one controversial doctor. Allegedly, they're claiming she's a QAnon person too. Somebody's pulled up something about she's QAnon. I don't know how true that is. I haven't checked it myself. QAnon. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Time zone, guys. It's starting in like 5 minutes. I don't know what y'all talking about. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, do I have the wrong chat open or something? Maybe I got the wrong chat open. Maybe that's what it is. I got the old chat open on one screen. Let me refresh. Hold on. What are y'all doing, boy? QAnon and some conspiracy nuts. I don't know, online. They're kind of whacked out. At first, I didn't think they were that whacked out. I just thought they were like, I don't know, but or maybe it's a certain sector of them. They're kind of just quacky. I'm QAnon and my mother's QAnon and so's my uncle, and that's offensive. People have a lot of time on their hands, just like all the other sectors. Oh, thank you, Leo. Appreciate that. Leo said we loved your trailer. Thanks. I mean, I'm kind of updating it little by little. Deb Godfrey, thank you for the super chat. Says because you recommended Crazy Not Insane. I work in the mental hospital and was blown away. Frontal lobe trauma can cause so much rage in a person to kill. Thanks, Mel. Yeah, that is true. That can. I think that's what that whole didn't Will Smith do that football movie? I mean, this chick. Hold on a second.
Right. Court will call 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Yeah, take that back. Sorry.
Did I go down the line?
We need Dr. Lewis before the jury comes in. So
Yeah,
Okay. Do we have Dr. Lewis
She is-
somewhere?
supposedly in transit.
Oh, she's not here yet.
She is not.
Okay. Well,
Oh.
we won't be starting without her. So, all right.
Still in
Aside from
transit?
that, does anybody have anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Do we know what transit means?
If we approach,
Okay.
Oh, she's still in transit. Oh, what's going on with doctor? What's wrong with the doctor? Someone check on the doctor. Oh no, Dorothy Lewis, you're the expert. You're the top dog of psychiatry. Everybody got DID. Man, I shouldn't clown her too much. I don't know. We should give her a chance. En route. Damn, I got everybody waiting in fashion. Oh, let me start the Facebook stuff. I'll be right back. Oh my God. Oh. Oh no, Dorothy. Oh no.
Looks like it's going to be a few minutes.
Got to take another recess? They're looking for something now. They're just looking for anything. Maybe jury instructions? Slow the chat. Slow the chat. It might be slowed already. It is already slow, 60 seconds. If I add any more slow, people are going to suffer miserably. People that don't have a membership. I think our friend Amy is one of these people. She says she'll wear red and black. It could be this lady or maybe this lady. Now the undercover guy, I don't know which one the undercover. Could be maybe that guy.
Right. Counsel approach, please.
Oh Lord, we're gonna have issues today. No, Dorothy. Does the defense work for a lien? Something wrong with Dorothy, man. I don't know. We thought she was gonna be. I thought she was here this weekend. And now we're thinking, okay, well, she's supposed to show up today because they were expecting her this morning. And then she ain't here this morning. Okay, so we give her a couple hours. Okay, after a whole lunch break, everything. And she's still not there? Dorothy, what's going on with you? Uh-oh. Something's not right. Claudia, thank you again so much. Diggs, thanks for the super chat. Says Meltecia enters the chat. Bridget, thank you for the super chat. Says Dr. Lewis needs to share a cell with Letecia. Jody, thank you for the 4-month membership. Accountability. MH, too easy to use an excuse. Thank you for the 4 months. Carol Ann says, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, from the UK. What trial we got next, Mel? This one's been great. Thank you. I'm thinking the Kohlberger one. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm drinking the seltzer water, and it's so hot outside. It's kind of refreshing. So I didn't mean to. But yeah, I'm thinking the Kohlberger one. There's actually some sort of prelim. Not the prelim.
About 10 minutes or so.
All rise.
There's some other hearing coming up, I think, for that. When this trial ends, I'm gonna plan. We'll figure it out. I'm gonna be a little picky, a little choosy. I'll probably take like a little break and get everything organized in between. I'll still do short streams, but then we'll figure out the next plan. The next plan. Oh, you're cooking mofongo? That's Buddha. I'm cooking mofongo. PR. Filled with seafood, shrimp, pulpo, and carucho. What's pulpo? Pulpo. Oh yeah, making that pulpo. Oh, you don't know about pulpo? Oh, it's octopus. Oh, hell nah. It's a delicacy. I love me some octopus. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for lunch. Octopus. Pulpo. I don't even want to know what carucho is. Carucho. So carucho. I don't know. Oh, it's like snail or some shit too. I don't know about snail either, but Sarah Boone has gotten pushed back so many times. I don't have any hope for that trial. We'll always keep an eye on that, but Lord knows when they're actually planning to start that. Jenna Balby, thank you for becoming a member. And Deb Godfrey, thank you so much too. Kona's mom with the super chat says Letecia gave her edentulous. She punched the doctor's teeth out. Jen 417, thank you for the super chat, says Eduardo got Dorothy. Maybe. Yeah. Wise Angel says, what about review daily news around the world while there's a trial? Yeah, we'll cover stuff in between, but I'm probably going to take like a little break or something right when this ends. And then I'll just do like the normal things of like 1 hour streams or 2 hour streams. And we'll plan the next big thing. Okay. A little bit of a bummer with Dorothy. It's not snail. Oh, what is it? A sea urchin? Same thing. One of those things, right? It's a delicacy from the deep sea, from our ancestors. And now we continue the legacy by eating it. Did you make that music hype video for the doc? If you're talking about the intro, that's a song that I took the song, the audio, and I put my video clips on it. Did you make that music hype video for the doc? Prissy M, thank you for becoming a member. It's conch beat. Yeah, conch is snail, ain't it? I thought it was like snail or something. How the hell am I going to work without you streaming all day? Conch meat. Nicole, thank you so much for gifting the memberships. 5 memberships. Amazing. So, for the people that are just joining, apparently there's a delay. They said Dorothy's late again. And so they said, I think about 10 more minutes. So I don't know, man. It's not a good look, Dorothy. Dorothy. Let me see, Dorothy Lewis. Dorothy Lewis. Oh. Cretan Kennedy, thank you for the super chat. Says, will you stream the Brian Walsh trial, depending on when it falls and how long it's going to take? Could be interesting. We'll have to see how long the trials take, because I don't want to cover something and get stuck covering something while something else bigger starts to happen in the middle of it, which could happen. So, definitely going to plan. After this trial, going to plan and see what's next. Figure it out. Rebecca, thank you for being a member. 5 months, not very professional that this doctor is making the court wait on her. Yeah, I don't know. I thought she would have been here this morning. They knew that this was going to start this morning. I mean, they knew the other doctor was going to be there as well, but the doctor was only going to be 45 minutes. So, Jenna Balby, thank you for the super chat. Says Dorothy is currently trying to get rid of her alter to try to present well. Maybe so. Ariton Senna, thank you for the membership. Rocky Search 47. Wait, you're telling me the doctor is missing and the last one to see her was Letecia? Oh, hell no. Yeah, because she was here Sunday. Doctor was there Sunday and spoke with Letecia. Sui Menendez, thank you for the super chat. Says, Mel, you're killing it, keeping it lit. Get it, pa. Letecia is straight basura. Maria can help her figure out what that means. Sigue pa'lante. Thank you so much. That was really nice. Appreciate that. Am I going to cover Delphi? I don't know, man. I don't know. That one, I did like one story on it or something, and or one live or two lives. I don't know. But I heard that thing's kind of a mess with that guy. It all depends. All the time. It just really depends on the timing. People were asking me too if I was going to cover Lori Vallow, but there's just no way I was going to do that in between this, like, or at the same time. I mean, no way in hell. But it's getting interesting. Lori Vallow, I guess, it's picking up. People are going to the trial. Brian Enton's over there, and some of the other reporters in person, because they're not releasing the audio until the end of the day, I guess. Chat's going fast, too. Really fast. Lit. You have to cover Delphi. You have to, Mel. Or else I'm leaving. I want to leave this court screen up so people, the new people that join don't think that we're missing it. Rosalind March, thank you for the super chat. That dude looked like he was dying. The Delphi freak Richard or whatever. Yada yada. Oh, Richard. Yeah, I haven't even listened to that yet. Richard says, "Hey, Mel, you should do a reaction video to the jail call with Lori and her sisters. Very interesting." Yeah, I haven't listened to it yet. My friend Lindsay was telling me to do that, to do a reaction thing. She said she wanted me to do it, a fresh reaction. Don't listen to it. Do like a real reaction. Heaven Star says, Duck done hauled ass. Highly anticipated Dorothy Lewis. The only thing apparently that the defense has is MIA. MIA. Dorothy. Oh no, Dorothy. We need you, Dorothy. Where are you? Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to take for the killers. Jennifer Cochran Fed, 15 months. Amazing. Hit that like button for Mel, folks. Yeah, if you guys could hit the like button, I'd appreciate that. I think we're at not even 1,000 likes yet. If we can get to 1,500, that'd be nice. 1,500. Thanks, Lala. The time flew by really fast from when the other stream ended. I ate. I talked to like 3 people, picked up the baby girl, and boom, it was already time to come back. I really want to go work out after this. It's a type of sea snail, sea creature, conch. People love it for its sliminess and chewy grittiness. You can taste the sea and sand inside each bite. Bruh. I can't believe it. We should put a picture of Dorothy on the screen. Dorothy. Discord link for Streamlabs expired. How's it expired? Oh, Corner's mom says OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny. That'll be a good home state. Yeah, there's Courtney Clenny. There's that crazy, ain't that the doctor that killed his wife or something? The dentist or some shit? Isn't that Florida too? Or put Dorothy on a milk carton. That would be funny. If T-Bag's watching, he could do that. I could update the thumbnail. Marie, thank you for the super chat. Oh, Dorothy. So I'm guessing since this lady's showing up late, and I don't think they're going to finish this today, they're probably going to run this thing. We're probably going to run till 7 today, since we, I guess, lost time. Mel, maybe you can do a recap of Summer Wells one day to get the attention on the case. It's been 2 years now. I've thought about that a couple of times. That story is such a mess. There's so much drama with people online with the story.
Okay. All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Our next witness, as I understand it, is Dr. Dorothy Lewis. Are you Dr. Lewis? All right.
Your Honor, if I may, she's requesting to stay. And
that's fine.
she has concerns about the step.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Where exactly should I?
I was trying to figure that part out, actually. Maybe right next to the witness stand?
Josh.
Yeah.
If we go over there, I can stand it.
She don't want to be on camera or something?
Let's get you sworn in.
What'd she
Okay.
say?
Couple of things.
Okay.
Listen to Mr. Sproul. I've had this conversation before. Don't move furniture in my home around. All these electronics, everybody's using them for all kinds of different things. If you run them over a wire and it gets disconnected, nobody's going to be using your electronics.
I'm going to use that shit next time somebody goes over.
That's why we have it the way that we have it set up.
My mother wants to come over tonight. I'm going to tell her that shit.
You need to ask before you start moving things around. Wouldn't be right if I went into your office and started moving stuff around either. So let's not do that. Dr. Lewis, if you would raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. We have had, just a minute, we've had some conversations and a couple of things. I understand that you had a meeting with Ms. Stauch and Mr. Tellini on Sunday. Okay. You can't really mention anything about that or anything that you learned from that. I see that you're puzzled by that. In Colorado, the rules governing trials and my orders are that all expert reports are to be provided to opposing counsel no later than 35 days prior to the time of trial. And I know that may be a surprise too, because your report was not provided 35 days prior to trial. I am allowing you to testify to the matters that I have in your report, or that you have referenced in your report. I think it's dated.
There's one that was February 13th and one that was March 16th.
Thank you. So you can talk about things that are in your reports of February 13th and March 16th, but nothing after that. In addition, my understanding is that, and I'm not sure when this was discussed, but there was information that Ms. Stauch may have sustained a concussion, I think during softball, and may have had some of her teeth knocked out as a result of that. You can't mention that either, because that's not in your report either. But I will say this, you can, it's the first report, right? Mr. Tellini?
It is. And the only other thing I would just supplement regarding the softball, there's nothing in any of the reports about the teeth being knocked out. There was in the reports, specifically CMHIP, documented that Ms. Stauch said that she had concussions playing softball, and then in her
let me finish the advisement to the witness before we go down another avenue. So you do have in your February 12 letter, you do have a report that she was severely injured when a shelf fell on her head and knocked her unconscious. You can talk about that. That's all okay. And that she was taken to an emergency room, required a CAT scan, had a discharge with a diagnosis of brain damage. You can talk about those, but you can't talk about the softball incident. So with that, you can give Mr. Cook some direction as to where you would like to be.
Yeah. She has a clarifying question, I believe.
Okay, sure.
Because I believe you heard that the incident wasn't mentioned, but that it is only the problems having to do with her teeth that can't be mentioned. Is that correct, that the incident itself had been?
Yeah, no, what you can't mention a softball incident. You can mention general head injury. The reason for this is Colorado has very, and I know that you testify in different states, and the rules vary from state to state, and I understand that. In Colorado, there are specific rules about disclosure of reports, and I've issued orders in this case, as I do in all, about expert opinions shall be disclosed and the basis for those and the breadth of those. And typically that means that if it's not in your report, you don't get to talk about it. And I've looked through the report. There's not a mention of a softball incident in your report. There is a mention of the shelf falling on the head. Mr. Tellini in a minute is going to tell me that you should be able to talk about the softball incident because it's mentioned in a CMHIP report. I understand that, but you don't have any opinions in any of the reports that you issued that reference how the softball incident play into your opinions. Does that answer your question?
I see.
Okay. Okay. And we have two options, maybe.
She might.
You can sit next to
You
it.
said with the system, she might be able to get
Would
up
it-
there.
No, she's fine.
Okay.
Would it be okay if I finish my whole
Oh, yeah.
statement? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Judge
We
is
have
snapping
two
today.
options. We can sit you next to the witness box.
Put it right next to her.
And we can put that microphone closer to you so that you're not having to hold a microphone. The other option is that we have a microphone and I don't know, I guess, and you would have to hold it in your hand when you're talking. So it's up to you. Some people might find that uncomfortable. I've never done it. Don't think I would ever want to, but it's up to you.
It's more familiar.
Okay. All
I don't
right.
think she wants to be on
So,
camera.
and I don't, those steps on that witness stand are tricky. That's why you'll see that they have tape on them, so that, because we've had people fall out of them and fall into them and all of those sorts of things. So it's up to you, whatever you think is more comfortable. I will tell you that that chair does not move. It swivels, but it doesn't move forward. And I don't think it rocks either. So it does. Yeah. So it moves forward a little bit. So it's up to you how you think you would be more comfortable. So just tell Mr. Cook what you want to do.
Where's Cook? I am Will Cook. So I don't think she wants to be on camera. I'm not sure. I'm still. It's not on, by the way. It's off, and I'm thinking they're not going to turn it on, which is kind of lame as f. If they don't put their on camera.
Yeah, but before you move there, you got to make me one promise, and that is that you're not going to try and get out of that stand by yourself. Okay. All right.
Okay.
As long as we're on the same page, because I don't want you to get hurt.
I thought at first Dorothy was going to sit right next to Letecia. I was like, yeah, sit right there, right next to. That'd be perfect. But I'm guessing off to the side or some shit.
And
That works.
does that work? Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
It's a step, says Ozzy. It could be. It could. Yeah. Nicole says, "Do you think it's because she's too old to get up there?" Maybe. I mean, how complicated is the shit, right? I am back, and Will, I got your stuff, Tisha. She's elderly and petite, is what I heard. Oh, okay. I got it for you. I'll make you proud. Good boy. You can tell he's a fucking weirdo. Sorry, man. I just can't. Ever since yesterday, I can't shake it anymore. Look at this guy. I knew it.
All rise for the jury, please. Dr. Lewis, you can stay there. That's okay.
She's in a wheelchair? That's what they're saying? Cancel. I guess we give her a pass. Somebody can't pick the chair up with her in it? Or pick her up with the chair. Well, I want to see her on camera. They don't have so I guess they don't have because it's a step, huh?
Thank you. May all be seated.
Damn. Oh, maybe
Court
that's why
will
she was
recall
late.
20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom.
Oh, she on camera.
And ladies and gentlemen, I think you will note that there is somebody in the witness stand as opposed to having us call that person up because of Dr. Lewis's physical issues. We brought her onto the stand ahead of time. You can see that there's a wheelchair by her as well.
Excellent.
So she's already been sworn in. And with that, Mr. Tellini.
All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Lewis.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your last name for the record?
Dorothy Otnow Lewis, Lewis, MD.
Okay. And Dr. Lewis, we're going to talk a little bit to start off with about your education and then some of your work experience that has given you insight into some of the issues that we're going to be discussing and then some of your other qualifications. Is that okay?
Fine.
All right. Where, Dr. Lewis, did you go to undergrad?
I went to Radcliffe College of Harvard University.
And was there a rank in which you graduated from there? Was there a rank in which you graduated? Were you magna cum laude?
I was magna cum laude, right?
Yes. And what does that mean?
That's with high honors.
Okay. And after graduating from there, where did you go to school next?
I subsequently went to Yale University School of Medicine.
And do you remember what year you graduated from Yale University School of Medicine?
In 1963.
After you graduated from Yale Medical School, Where did you go next? Did you do a fellowship or what did you do next?
After graduation, I received a fellowship from the National Institutes of Mental Health, and it was a research fellowship, and in which I was studying the ability to measure an individual's capacity for intimacy, for the ability to relate warmly to other human beings or empathically to other people.
And how long did you do that for?
For a year.
Okay, and what did you do after that?
After that, I did an internship in pediatrics.
And how long did you do that?
For a year.
For a year. And what did you transition from your internship in pediatrics? Where did you transition to next?
I then did my adult psychiatry training at the Yale University School of Medicine in the Department of Psychiatry.
Okay, so then you went back to Yale to specialize in psychiatry, correct?
Correct.
And how long were you at Yale Medical School the second time?
Endless. It was 2 years in adult psychiatry, and then I did 2 years in child and adolescent psychiatry.
Okay.
So that would be a total,
I think, of 4.
with medical school, quite a few years.
Okay. And then with your training specifically in adolescent and pediatric psychiatry and psychology, what did you use? Where did you take that training and where did you go to next?
When I studied adult psychiatry, I did my first year of training at the West Haven VA hospital. And then the second year of adult training was completed at Yale New Haven, mostly on the inpatient service and in part on the outpatient clinic.
What kind of stuff did you see when you worked with the VA?
Everything.
Everything.
Yes. It was primarily men, and it was individuals who had varying amounts of experience and time in the service. But it was an inpatient service, and much of the time I was on a locked service because it was with patients where there was a risk to themselves or perhaps to others, were in an open ward.
Okay. And then after that, did you move on and do other stuff in either pediatric or adolescent psychiatry?
Yes. After the adult training, I spent 2 years at the Yale University Child Studies Center, and this was actually most of the training there was outpatient training in diagnosis and treatment of children and adolescents.
And at some point in time, did your training in pediatric and adolescent psychiatry come to kind of intersect to some degree with the court system?
Yes.
Could you explain that for us?
Yes. During my training in child psychiatry, I became interested in the juvenile court in New Haven. And so I began by just spending 1 day a week at the juvenile court, just sitting, listening in, and being available if there were any way I could be useful. And at that time, it became clear that the court was handling some extremely emotionally, psychiatrically, sometimes medically, neurologically disturbed children and their families. And what is more, they really had no services to offer these people. So what I did is I collaborated with the head of probation and also with the chief judge at the court, and we applied for a grant to create a clinic at the juvenile court in New Haven. And to the best of my knowledge, I think it was the first court clinic, period, psychiatric clinic in Connecticut that had ever been. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that it was. And to the best of my knowledge, I worked there for quite a few years, and it has continued to be funded, and it continues to exist.
Exist even today?
I think so.
Okay. Were there a time then when you kind of moved from working with adolescents to an older population with psychiatry?
Yes, I'm trying to think of any exact of when that occurred.
Well, do you remember being invited to join either the facilities of Columbia University or New York University or NYU?
Well, there was another year in between there.
Well, what happened in that other year then? I'm sorry.
While at the juvenile court clinic, the purpose of the clinic was one, service, and to the court and to the families there, and also research if any research issues came up to study them. And so I worked with a neurologist, a social worker, learning disabilities people, what have you, and we discovered that there were a fair number of pretty serious psychiatric, neurologic disorders in this group. And what we did is we did some studies to try to measure, were there any differences between, let's say, ordinary adolescents in the New Haven area who were not delinquent and the court clinic population. And we found that indeed there were. And we published some papers on the differences between actually some of the fairly severe neuropsychiatric problems that distinguished the delinquent group from the other group, from the matched group of non-delinquents. And somehow our work became better known. And then
while we're going back and talking about that work, were those in what are called, back to those articles being published, were those published in peer-reviewed journals?
Yes, I believe so.
And what is a peer-reviewed journal?
A peer-reviewed journal is it's a scientific journal, and it's a journal in which you submit your whatever your research findings are, and then they are reviewed by other people who are experts in your field, often bigger experts in your field than you are, and they're reviewed to see whether they merit being published or not. And they were. And subsequent to that, I think I'd forgotten to mention, I received a call from someone at the state, somebody I think in corrections, and they had some funds in order to study juveniles at a correctional institution in Connecticut that had been created for seriously aggressive delinquents. It was a kind of new concept. And they asked whether I could put together a group similar to the group whom I had put together for the court clinic, and whether we could study the juveniles at the institution for severely violent delinquents. And so we did do that, and we did do research that compared some of the more aggressive delinquents with the less aggressive, and eventually we were able to move out a little, and we were able to actually get a group of non-delinquents and we were able to do a matched sample. It was from New York and from Connecticut of delinquents and non-delinquents from the same socioeconomic background, but one had been in trouble with the law, one had not. And we published that. I think that was maybe one of our more influential kinds of papers. And I think that it was perhaps as a result of that and some of the other papers that we had published that I received invitations to join the faculty at several of the universities in New York. And so I moved my work and I moved to New York. I moved my work to New York City.
And back to those studies that were fairly influential, was part of the reason they were influential is because they were kind of groundbreaking and contrary to how people had been looking at juvenile offenders prior to that.
Oh, yes. They were different from what I had expected. When I began my work, it was during the era of West Side Story, where we're depraved because we're deprived, right? And really, that was how I had trained and what I expected to find. And I was surprised to find what I found at the court clinic and then later at the school for delinquent kids. And yes, it was new, and it's always been an area of disagreement, of argument, of questioning. But I think by now it's fairly well accepted. But at the time, it was a surprise to me and to the people who read our work.
Okay. And then you were indicating you moved your practice to New York. Where specifically in New York?
Well, I received invitations to join the faculty of Columbia University, Cornell University, and New York University. And it was, it was a difficult choice, a kind of heady choice. And I decided to pick NYU, New York University. It may have been the least prestigious of the three, but they had a prison. And New York and Cornell and Columbia, they were not delighted having services for violent adolescents or violent adults, whereas NYU, first of all, its base is Bellevue Hospital. And Bellevue was the very first, I believe, the very first general hospital in our whole country, anywhere. And NYU or Bellevue was very well known for having a prison unit in it. And Cornell and Columbia didn't go for that. So I decided to take a position at NYU at Bellevue, and I commuted there for about 20 years from New Haven to New York.
And then, so that allowed you to continue doing research in a certain population and how neurological and psychiatric things affect that specific population. Would that be accurate?
Yes, it extended your opportunities because in a general hospital, you have equipment, you have MRIs, you have EEGs, you have the ability to do 24-hour EEGs. There are opportunities that you just don't have at a court clinic or in a detention facility, so that it did give you an opportunity. Also, it had other faculties. They're all different fields in any general hospital. So it gave you the opportunity to consult. If you didn't know what was going on or you had questions, you had other people you could ask and you could consult with, so that it was an ideal place to try to do research on. By this time, the research was on the correlates of violence and the distinction between what perhaps creates a violent individual and what kinds of things may be protective from violence.
And did you continue, so you continued to do research, and did you continue to have articles published in peer-reviewed journals?
Yes.
If you were just going to guess off of the top of your head, how many articles in peer-reviewed journals have you had published that specifically go to kind of this type of thing you're talking about, criminal acts and neurology and psychiatry?
Well, almost all of them are in that field. I haven't counted. My guess is somewhere between 100 and 200. But okay. I don't know.
Okay, Dorothy. You got a point there. You got a point. Dorothy.
And then at some point, because of the articles that you've had published and the research that you had been done, were you then starting to be requested to do evaluations or consult on criminal cases?
Yes, actually, you remind me of how this did come about.
Okay.
We had, I had started to do a study on homicidal young children, and it turned out that that in our young ward for kids, psychiatrically impaired children, that there were a high percentage of actually homicidal young children. This was a shock to me. I did not expect this. And when we published, we actually would categorize what we found because it was hard for us to believe and hard for others. But a child tried to set fire to her mother's hair. Another child attacked a babysitter with knives. So that it was a surprise. And it was published, I think it was published in the Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry or in the American Journal of Psychiatry. But now I recall how I came to see adults. The article came to the attention of Diane Sawyer, who was on television at the time in a morning show. And so I was interviewed about our findings there. And we had found that the homicidal young children at Bellevue differed from the non-homicidal but mentally disturbed children at Bellevue in several ways. One was that there were histories usually of very severe physical and or sexual abuse. The extent to which emotional abuse contributed, we were not able to really measure well. But a combination of that, a history of severe brain injury or injury to the central nervous system, and or a history of a predisposition to certain kinds of now things that we consider to be, at least in part, genetic predispositions to psychoses, as in individuals who are predisposed to whatever schizophrenia now is. It changes its definition from year to year or so, but it's considered a severe and in part, heritable disorder. So that we discovered that this distinguished the homicidal kids from the other ones. And 2 days after I had been interviewed, I received a call from from I think one of the heads of, I think it was the public defender's office in West Palm Beach in Florida. I think it was Dick Burr there. And he said that he or people on his staff had witnessed the interview with Diane Sawyer. And he said, I think I have a case in my group that sounds so much like the children you described. Would you be willing to, he happens to be on death row, would you be willing to come down to Florida and examine this person? And I said, sure, yeah. And so I did go down, and I did as careful an assessment as I could. At the time, I did not have all of the assistants, like the neurologist I worked with, the psychologist, what have you. But by God, the gentleman that I saw resembled these kids, and that was that. And a few months later, I received another call. I believe, again, it was from Dick Burr. And he said, I think we have another inmate. And I think his group was responsible for all of the death row inmates at West Palm Beach in Florida then. And would you come down and see this person? And I did. The thing that I remember most about that particular individual was that he had a dent in his skull. We tend to do neurologic as well as psychiatric assessments as far as we can. And he had a dent, and it turned out that his father had run over his head with a cart and a horse. And you don't get much better data than that in terms of documenting injury. And we did find that, yes, there were similarities again. And so, again, we pulled together a few $1,000s, and then I was able to recruit a neurologist, Dr. Jonathan Pincus, and a learning disability specialist, Barbara Bard, who taught at one of the colleges in Connecticut, and a psychologist. I do not remember at the moment who it was. And what we did is Dick Burr had us evaluate all of the death row inmates that were in his group or his assignment, with one exception. And the one exception was there was one inmate there who had been diagnosed as having a severe psychotic disorder. And we didn't want to see anyone who had already been evaluated, and we didn't want to skew in the direction of pathology or not pathology. So that subject was eliminated. But other than that, we evaluated all of the inmates, the death row inmates in his group, and we published that study. And I think that was published in the American Journal of Psychiatry. And I think that that's what kind of gave my work a sort of kick in that direction, because it was unexpected and fascinating new insight into some of the things that go along with homicidally aggressive behavior.
And since that time, could you estimate how many criminal cases you've been asked to do evaluations on?
Oh dear, I don't know. I'm not certain. I would have to guess somewhere between 1 and 200 or more adults on death row by and large, but I'm not sure. It could be more.
And a significant portion of those cases that you were brought in to do the evaluations on were death penalty cases, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of this work, did it start to become apparent to you that there were many cases of, it was called multiple personality disorder at the time, but now it's called dissociative identity disorder, many cases of individuals on death row who had the disorder who had not been diagnosed properly?
No.
Okay.
In part, when I say no, that doesn't mean that it didn't exist. What it means is that when I trained, that the very diagnosis was up for grabs, and perhaps it still is. It depends on the experience, the sophistication, the training of the individual. But I had been trained to be very skeptical about the existence of this kind of disorder, and so I have little question, but that maybe over the first quite a few years that I worked on death row or worked with very dangerous people, I think I missed the diagnosis because you can't see what you don't believe exists. You just can't. You miss it, and so that I'm fairly sure that it existed, but I didn't recognize it. And then over the years, as I was confronted with more obvious kinds of cases, and also sometimes people had diagnosed something before I had, and when I was asked to evaluate the individual, I became more aware of what this disorder was like. But no, when I first went into this field, I did not have any idea that I would be seeing this, nor did I think it existed really.
And then through your training experience over the years, you were able to recognize it and diagnose it more often. Would that be accurate? Yes.
And what I tended to do, because I was aware of my own skepticism, we do not often videotape our interviews. It's not usually possible. It's a very complicated thing in a prison. But what I did do was, if there were cases where I said, nobody is going to believe this, those are the cases that I would say, let's videotape these and then leave it up to whoever sees it, if it's a jury, if it's other clinicians. But so it was at that point that we started to at least videotape some of our more problematic cases. And then you could start to document more of the objective signs, symptoms, behaviors that led to that diagnosis.
And have you published peer-reviewed journals on either multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder, as is now known?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
No, okay. I don't. I can think of one that I think is the most maybe important one that we published, and the reason was that in a lot of these kinds of cases, particularly cases where there is a question of malingering or of trying to get away with something or what have you, you really want to be able to document something that you didn't create. It was there before they set eyes on you, because when people make this diagnosis, they're often accused of suggesting it. And so what we would try to do is at least document and videotape when there were data that antedated our contact with the individual whom we were seeing, and that's how we would get objective evidence that something existed.
And you also ended up writing a book based primarily on your dealing with death row inmates who suffer from, at that point, I think I said multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder.
Yes.
What was the name of that book?
Guilty by Reason of Insanity.
And then you've also been the focus of a documentary that was on HBO?
Yes.
So you told me a little bit about that. Sure.
our work became better known. Better known in certain circles, I guess. And a producer named Alex Gibney became aware of my work and just contacted me to try to get consultation on a mini series that he was going to be creating with Laura Dern, with the actress. And she was going to play a woman psychiatrist who saw death row inmates. And somehow he got my name and interviewed me. And I brought with me some of the tapes that we had made of some of the more interesting cases that we had had. And after, 2 or 3 sessions working together, he said, Dorothy, I don't want to do the mini series. I want to do a documentary on you. And it was a staggering occurrence. And of course, I said, fine. Yeah. And so we worked on it together for about 4 years. And alas, it came out, I think, the very first day of COVID, a disaster. And it now is on HBO, and it can be seen, and it's called Crazy Not Insane.
So the same title as your book?
I beg your pardon?
The same title as your book?
No, the book is Guilty
by that's right.
of Insanity. Right. And the documentary on HBO is Crazy Not Insane.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in a court of law?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
No.
What are some of the jurisdictions that you've been qualified as an expert?
I can tell you states.
Sure, that would be.
Let me just name a few. Let's see, the state of Washington, California, Texas, Florida, Louisiana, Kentucky, New Jersey.
And do you know what fields have you been qualified to give expert testimony in?
What
fields?
In what fields? As a clinician, as in
a clinical psychiatrist.
You guys killing me.
Yes, as a psychiatrist, I think that I've been asked, particularly when there have been issues of psychiatric and neurologic combinations of disorders or questions, because, well, obviously the brain and the mind are connected, and so that your training is in both fields. In psychiatry, 2/3 of your exams are in psychiatry, 1/3 in neurology. Vice versa, if you're a neurologist, 2/3 of your boards are in neurology and 1/3 in psychiatry. And since I worked and published with Dr. Pincus, who was a professor at Yale, and then I think at St. Elizabeth's, we were often asked to work on similar cases and work together and learn from each other.
And at least now you're, just for the jury's knowledge, right now you're more or less semi-retired, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so are you currently board certified right now?
Yes.
Okay. What are you board certified in?
In psychiatry.
In psychiatry. Your Honor, at this point in time, I would offer Dr. Lewis as an expert in psychiatry and ask her to be allowed to issue opinions
this is just the
in accordance with.
Prosecution?
May I vote aye, Your Honor?
On qualifications?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, damn. He's going to even question her on the
Good
intro.
afternoon, Dr. Lewis. How are you doing?
Hello.
My name's Dave Young. You and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
I just want to ask a couple questions about what you're doing now. What does semi-retired mean?
Well, I've retired from teaching regularly at NYU and at Yale, although I may give a talk now and then, or in another setting, I may be invited to do a presentation or give a talk. and I'm working on analyzing data. We have a great deal of data that have never yet been analyzed, so that I'm working on that and working on writing, and on occasion accepting a case such as this to assist in the diagnosis or it's usually of a violent individual.
And when you testified earlier about certain circles recognize you as an expert in the field, what did you mean?
I don't recall using the term certain circles. Could you remind me of?
Sure. I forget what the question was, but you said that you were being recognized as perhaps one of the pioneers in dissociative identity disorder within certain circles. Do you recall saying something like that?
Well, I can transpose it a little bit. I have done the chapters in the past. I guess over the past maybe 15 years now, in the major psychiatry textbook, the comprehensive textbook of psychiatry, initially by Friedman and Kaplan, and then Kaplan and Stauch and Stauch. And I have, for example, I've published in the last two editions, I did the chapter on antisocial behavior, criminality, and violence. And I also have written, but I think it's the 11th edition, has not yet been published, but I have in press the chapter in that particular textbook, and I think that's pretty generally agreed upon as the most accurate and relied upon textbook in psychiatry in this country, maybe anyway.
So, and the circles you're talking about is the field of psychiatry, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Colorado?
No.
Are you licensed to practice psychiatry in the state of Colorado?
No.
Are you licensed to conduct forensics examinations on defendants charged with criminal cases in the state of Colorado?
I believe I'm recognized as an expert and permitted to do that, but I don't have a license in Colorado. I've tried to maintain, for the most part, licenses where there is reciprocity. And all these states where I have mentioned, I'm not licensed in each of them, but usually on the basis of places where I've for years, I continued having a California license, a New York license, and a Connecticut license because they tended to be reciprocally recognized in other states. And hence, I could testify there, but I do not hold a license in each of these states. And indeed, I'm now just retaining my New York license because it's fairly expensive to have a license in each state, and should I need to, I can reapply, and there is reciprocity usually.
So we're clear. The answer to my question was no.
Well, the answer is I don't have a license here, no, but I've been permitted to testify in cases in states in which I do not maintain a license, because it would mean 50 licenses.
But it would also mean that you would be regulated, right, by those state agencies that regulate psychiatrists who are licensed to practice in those states.
There are only, to the best of my knowledge, the reason that I, from very early on, the reason that I took out a California license was
Dr. I want to.
Well, in order to be recognized.
Can you just answer my question about Colorado? Okay.
Yes.
There's nobody that can regulate you in Colorado because you're not licensed, correct?
I don't think that's correct. I think that I believe that your medical boards or your boards in psychiatry could certainly license me for the purpose of, say, testifying in a case, to be recognized as an expert, but I would not have to pay, say, $500 a year to 50 states in order to maintain a license there. But there is reciprocity in almost every state. In California, you have to have your license within 2 years, or it's very hard to be recognized there. Therefore, I've tried to maintain licenses in places where if I did not get them early enough, there would be a risk of not being recognized there.
Did you contact anyone in Colorado to see if you had reciprocity in the state of Colorado?
No, I did not. It was my understanding that that there were only, I could be mistaken, but that there are only two states, Florida and California, where it is really very important that you actually have a license and pay for it every year in order to maintain your license there. But otherwise, there's everywhere I've been, there has been reciprocity. I didn't even question it here. I assumed that this had been ascertained. Am I mistaken? Is it different here?
Well, I'm asking you.
I don't think so. I believe that that there is reciprocity if your credentials are good, and if you are board certified. Your board certification is kind of a recognition that you are trained, prepared, and competent to work in that state.
But Colorado would have no authority to reprimand you, for instance, that you did something wrong as a psychiatrist.
No, the objection sustained. Move to a new area.
When's the last time you've been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic psychiatry?
I am not a forensic psychiatrist.
What fields have you been qualified in the past then?
In psychiatry.
When's the last time you treated someone as a psychiatrist?
Oh my goodness. In the past year.
Do you do that as part of your retirement? When you say you're semi-retired, do you treat patients as well?
Yes, on occasion I will, sure. Or will consult, or by and large now I do more diagnosis and consultation and less ongoing treatment.
That's my question, Jack. Thanks.
The witness will be, Mr. Tilley, you wanted to proffer this witness as an expert in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, sir.
The witness will be so qualified. Go
That's
ahead.
a preview of what we're going to
Dr.
get
Lewis,
across.
let's just clear that up.
You need a license to practice medicine in a state if you are treating an individual, correct? So if you were providing medical
yes.
care
That's a
and
simple
trying to
yes.
help somebody with their
Jesus
problem, as opposed to just seeing what their problems were, that's when you need the medical license.
Well, I'm not sure it's restricted to that. I'm not positive that you would define it that way because of reciprocity. And you know what one might be able to do is get a time limited period in which you could treat a patient. I've never been in a position where that's been an issue or where that's in question, but again, the reciprocity recognizes that you're competent to work in these states in your field.
And just to be clear, I didn't contact you hoping that you would treat Ms. Stauch. I contacted you to see if you would evaluate her.
Yes.
Okay. And you've not provided any type of medical treatment other than the evaluation to Ms. Stauch.
Right.
Okay. When I contacted you regarding this case to see if you would assist, what type of information then did you seek out or were given before you came out here to perform the evaluation of Ms. Stauch?
I would have to look at.
And if it's okay with the district attorney, may she refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay. In addition to interviewing for 14 hours.
Yes.
And consulting with a social worker, investigator, with you, and reviewing the reports of Doctors Torres, Gray, and Grimmett. I've looked at incarceration records and nursing records and these kinds of jail documents. I've looked at correctional psychiatric records and also at whatever records were produced by clinicians who were working with the prosecution. And I've reviewed nursing notes, handwriting samples, signatures of Letecia. And I've looked at whatever medical records were available, police reports, FBI reports, the autopsy report on Gannon, and a review of the prosecution's witness tapes.
Okay. And all in all, that I believe it was about 6 different binders full of paperwork that we actually mailed to you.
Yes,
Does that sound about right?
I think so.
And so it was quite a bit of information that you reviewed even before going to see Ms. Stauch.
Hundreds of pages.
One of the things that did some of the unusual facts of this case kind of perk your interest at all?
Could you clarify?
Well, as far as the violent nature of the assault on an 11-year-old boy, the fact that he was transported to Florida, the fact that
Notice the meeting.
No, I think the witness asked whether he could clarify, overruled.
the account of the different.
Could you start that sentence over?
Sure.
No,
As far as unusual things that kind of perked your interest, so to speak, the violent nature of the offense, of the assault on the killing of the 11-year-old boy, the way in which the body was transported to Florida and disposed of, the numerous different stories that Ms. Stauch had given trying to explain the disappearance.
I wouldn't characterize it as piqued my interest. When I get a case, I study what is in front of me, and there are many different details in a case that are far more interesting than whether somebody did some of the acts that you're describing or whether the body was handled in certain ways. I can't say those particular things piqued my interest. The case itself it's always interesting because it's not there's so many reasons and combinations of reasons that lead to bizarre and violent behaviors that I can't say that one thing piqued my interest more than another.
And you came to Colorado Springs to do the interviews of Ms. Stauch in November of 2022?
Yes, I believe so.
And you did about 14 hours of recorded interviews with her?
I think so.
Okay.
You timed, I did not time.
Okay. And one of the things, actually, these interviews were done at the El Paso County Jail, correct?
Yes.
And I was actually present there with you while these interviews were being done.
The object is to leading.
That part is, you can ask her who was there.
Who was I there?
Yes.
Was there a reason that you wanted me there for these interviews?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, for a couple of reasons. One reason that I very much like an attorney or attorneys or people involved in the case to be there when I'm there is I want them to see what I see. I don't want it to be my description of what happened because my way of seeing it may differ from your way of seeing it. And therefore, I want the person to see it, particularly in unusual cases, in the sense that cases where people will be skeptical of findings, for example, in dissociative cases. These are cases that, as you know, are areas where there's a lot of skepticism and a lot of questioning. So that I like the attorney also because he's going to be presenting the case. I may not have anything to do with it. He may fire me, but he's going to be involved. And so I like the attorney to be there. And then there's one other reason. It's safer that way. And it's taken me a while to learn this. When I was a whole lot younger, I was a whole lot sillier and a whole lot braver. But I like to have attorneys there or someone there with me so that I'm in a safe place and I can relax and do my thing.
Were there any precautions taken about where I was seated to kind of prevent me from influencing things?
Well, I can tell you what I do all the time.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And I assume I did this with you. And again, I didn't always do this. It came by hard knowledge. I had worked on cases where the attorney sat wherever he felt like sitting. And there was a particular case where I was sitting facing the defendant at the time, and the attorney was seated behind me, so that he and the defendant saw each other eye to eye, and I didn't see what the attorney was doing behind my back, and it became clear to me after a while that something was going on there. Nod, wink, wink, and
is that Will and Tisha?
It's not like me to do this, but at some point, if I may be less than polite, I said, wait a minute, cut the crap.
Yeah.
I said, what's going on here? I said, if you two have stuff you want to talk about with each other or whatever, go ahead. But it was clear that there was communication going on there, and I could not rely on what the defendant was saying, looking at me. And I left the room. I said, I'm going to get up and leave now, and you two talk about it. Go ahead.
Maybe the other attorney?
I'll be back, and maybe we'll go on, maybe not. And I waited for a while, came back in, and they said, yeah, they would stop this. And then I changed the positions so that I could see both what the defendant was doing and what his or her attorney was doing, so that there was no, as far as I could prevent it, there was no communication between the two of them. And so I did, if memory serves, this was recent enough so that I knew enough to place you. Is that correct? Is that where I did place you?
Well, and we have a stipulation for all the 14 hours of video has been admitted. And so if the jury wants to view the videos, they are going to be more than welcome to when they go back to deliberations, and they can confirm both seating positions and that there wasn't any crap going on. Yeah.
Mr. Young, is there a stipulation?
Yes, there is. And these are people's exhibits. I realize this is defense case, but there's a stipulation to admit people's exhibit 729 through 734. 729 is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the morning. 7:30 is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the afternoon. 7:31 is an interview that took place on November 16, 2022 in the morning. Exhibit 732 is an interview that took place on November 16th, 2022 in the afternoon. 7:33 is a interview that took place November 17th, 2022 in the morning. And finally, 7:34 is an interview that took place on November 17, 2022 in the afternoon. I'll just give these to the court reporter.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Then exhibits 729 through 734 will be admitted. Mr. Tolini, go ahead.
Thank you.
Those are in CDs, not thumb drives yet.
They're thumb drives, actually, because they're larger.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right, Mr. Tolini.
All right. And Dr. Lewis, before we kind of delve into the subject matter of those 14 hours of interviews, I want to talk about some things more general. I want to talk first about disassociation. And what is disassociation?
It's not an easy question. It's first of all, disassociation is not like one single fact. It isn't like a strep throat and that's it. There's a germ. This is what causes it. This is what cures it. Dissociation seems to be a continuum of the way in which the human mind works at different times. And we all, at times, dissociate. An example that many people will give will be if you're ever riding along a highway. I know I've done this where you're riding and you're thinking about one thing and you pass the exit where you were going. You intended to do one thing, your mind was on something else. And so you were somewhat dissociated from what was actually happening in front of you and then realized your mistake and corrected it. So that would be on a very ordinary day-to-day type of behavior. There's nothing abnormal about it at all. And at the other end of that spectrum is something that now is called DID. In the days when I started training, it was called MPD, or multiple personality disorder. And there, I can tell you what it seems to be and the way in which I understand it now. We do not have a good understanding of the physiology of it, of the way in which the chemistry of the brain works. We don't have a perfect understanding of the way in which the neurotransmission works. There's a lot more to learn about it. But it looks as though, first of all, we do seem to know what causes severe dissociative disorders. When very young children, even infants, are subjected to early, ongoing, relentless physical and or sexual abuse, where it is intolerable, where you can't cope with it anymore, the mind seems to self-hypnotize. Now, colleagues of mine would maybe use different terms to mean the same thing, that where you kind of self-hypnotize, and it is as if this were not happening to you, it's as if it's happening to someone else. Examples of this, some of you may have had these because these experiences occur occasionally at random, but sometimes an individual will picture looking down on himself, let's say from a ceiling. It's as if the person or the mind gets away, and they are looking down at the person to whom some kind of unpleasant episode is occurring. That is a kind of dissociation where you have psychologically. I can't tell you how, physiologically or or in terms of neuroanatomy. We don't know that yet. But it does seem to be a physiological phenomenon that occurs. And so for a while, it's as if this is happening to someone else. Now, in the very serious kinds of cases that I've seen, it's very common for the individual who seems to have kind of split off from himself and not be there. It's very common for that other aspect of the person to take on the characteristics of the abuser. And this may be why it's so astonishing and why it takes so long for people to accept that this does happen, but it does happen. It is extremely common for an alter, if you wish to call the other entity that seems to split off psychologically. Not really. There's only one body there, but psychologically split off. And that is very often the abuser. And this is why, when I do teach about treatment, if you know this, and if you're sophisticated about this, you never speak ill of the abuser. Now, you may know from the data that have been acquired and the histories from different people, you may know for sure that yes, indeed, this person was abused by another, let's say by a parent, by a father or something like that. You never badmouth the abuser. You just don't do it. And the reason is that the mind operates in a puzzling fashion so that if you, in fact, in the first case where I ever recognized this, if you don't realize it, and if you badmouth the person, you say, oh, he's terrible, and someday we're going to get rid of him. This is a very naive way of trying to treat. You don't do that. Because remember, there is another entity, there's another process going on simultaneously. And that other process is saying, you don't need me? Oh, sure you need me. I'm going to kill her. I'm not, and by God, I've had cases where the split has occurred and the alter has said, jump out of the car. Go ahead, jump out of the car. And where a child has tried to jump out of the car and has been saved. So you don't play favorites. In fact, you find yourself saying, if you are trying to communicate with both entities at one time, you may even say, I know, let's say Sam, I know, Sam, that you've had a tough life and things haven't been good for you either. We'd like to know more about that later on. But meanwhile, please do not encourage Susie to jump out of the car. And so that, one of my kids teases me and she says, Mom, you're the only one who does group therapy with one patient. But think of it that way, that all aspects of this individual often are aware. Not always. Sometimes it's too painful and the split is different and the alternate entity is not aware of what's going on, but sometimes they are. And so in the interest of safety, you don't badmouth. And we understand, I'm sure you had your reasons for whatever you did to so-and-so, and we'll talk about that another time. And this is the best I can do to really explain to you how this happens. I believe that in the decades to come, that probably more of this will be understood, that as we get better equipment and better ways, by the way, we have tried to look at different EEGs of different personas and to see, can you really see a different electroencephalogram going when a person is in an altered state from another state? My group has not been successful that way. There have been disagreements among them, but there are others who believe that they have been able to distinguish these differences. I'm not convinced yet, so that I can only tell you what we see, what we observe, and it's a very powerful phenomenon. Even though we may not know exactly how it works biologically, it can cause disastrous effects.
And in kind of your experience in diagnosing and treating people with DID, do the alters generally have some awareness of each other? Or does that vary?
It varies. That's such a good question. It does vary. Which is, well, why also sometimes there are alters that have little groups that are aware of each other, and there can be another that is not aware of, one group is not aware of the other, or the other person is not aware, or entity is not aware of the others. So that I can't generalize, but I have seen both. I've certainly seen where it's not uncommon for, in cases of homicide, where one aspect of the individual will not be aware that the other has committed a heinous kind of act, and then there will be others where they do know what happened. And
well, and part of the DID phenomena is in some degree protective measures to keep some memories kind of hidden from some of the other alters. Could you talk a little bit about that?
to think about it,
well, for example,
in certain instances, well, I've seen several serial murder cases in which when a different entity is operating, is in control or seems to be in control, that entity may be the sweetest, nicest guy you ever met. And you will, if you read a little bit about it, about different cases, that sometimes serial killers are not recognized because when they are not in that homicidal, murderous, enraged entity, they are perfectly sweet, and in fact, they can talk about ethical issues and be critical, and I think that it's probably one of the reasons that it's very hard to catch serial killers, because much of the time they're not in that state, and you'd never guess.
Well, because in that situation like that, if somebody does suffer from DID, they may present in a manner that they seem completely innocent because the memory of the horrible act is stored somewhere else. Would that be accurate?
It as far as they know, then they did not do it.
Yeah.
And then they don't look as if they did it. And, this is probably one of the reasons why it is very, very hard for clinicians, not just for lay people who have not trained in this, but for clinicians to believe that this is possible, because it is so unbelievable in many ways. But it does occur.
And could that explain a situation where, well, specifically in this case, Ms. Stauch commits a horrible, violent act, and then only hours later is appearing very charming and interested in finding Gannon to the police?
Objection, Your Honor, reading.
Let's go back. We'll back up and we'll circle back around to that, Dr. Lewis. Are there any conditions with dissociative identity disorder that can be comorbid? That
can be comorbid.
Comorbid, that can go along. You can have DID and other conditions.
Oh, of course, surely.
What would some of those be?
Well, one of the commonest, maybe they're mistakes, maybe they both occur at the same time, but experts in this field have written about schizophrenia and DID, and they can occur. At least from what I've read, they can occur. I can't attest to this because at the moment I can't think of a particular case of mine where that exists. Certainly, we have seen we ran a clinic for dissociative identity disorder at Bellevue. After a while there, it became clear that there were enough patients coming through where they needed a clinic like that. And we saw a fair number of patients who suffered both from bipolar mood disorder and dissociative identity disorder. So those I've seen go together. Then the other thing is, anything that can happen to the brain can happen to the brain in and of itself. And the dissociative disorder may have originated years before and had its own etiology, but sure, you can have certain kinds of brain damage. You can have certain kinds of epilepsy. You can have, so yes, you can have more than one disorder.
And also, how can having a traumatic brain disorder with DID impact somebody being possibly violent?
Could you repeat it?
How could having a traumatic brain injury comorbid with DID impact somebody being violent?
Okay. It's been well established over the years. This isn't new psychiatry or neurology, that different kinds of severe damage to the brain can be followed by impulsivity and a loss of control and often violent behaviors, and any number of injuries to the brain can cause violence. Separate from that, a child who has been abused and tortured and enraged and made to feel helpless and then made to dissociate can become violent, can misperceive what is happening, can blame an altered state and attack that altered state, or can misperceive another person as an enemy of some sort, so that They do seem to be somewhat different because one seems to have a psychodynamic quality to it, but there's something about injuries to the brain that have been reported again and again in terms of subsequent lack of control, not just of violence, but of other impulses.
Going both to the 14 hours of interviews that you did with Ms. Stauch and the collateral data that you had been provided, what were you made aware of about her upbringing, about growing up?
I did not interview any of her relatives myself. I don't believe I did anyway.
But do you remember getting some reports from the social worker, Kyle?
I did.
Okay.
But I'm going by what I have gotten from other people's interviews.
Okay.
And several people seem to agree that, first of all, that she came from an extraordinarily violent household, including that of her mother, Deborah, and her mother's tendency to latch on to males in her environment who were extremely abusive, and abusive to her, but also apparently abusive to Letecia as well. There was one man in the mother's life who apparently pushed Letecia into a shower and beat her naked in the shower. It was these kinds of grotesquely physically, and I would call that sexually as well as physically abusive. Also, there were several of her relatives who spoke about aunts, uncles, great aunts and uncles, known as grandparents or whatever, who gave her enemas repeatedly. By the way, this is a question that not a whole lot of psychiatrists ask, but it's very important because it's one of the commoner ways that sodomy occurs in the torture of abused kids.
Well, in fact, she detailed it was actually an uncle, but it was actually her grandfather, detailed to you being given enemas by him almost on a daily basis. Do you recall that? Do you recall her describing that to you, of a grandfather giving her enemas almost on a daily basis?
I do. And I recall her saying this. And also I recall, I think I'm not mistaken, that she also gave enemas to Gannon. And she also perceived this as something he wanted her to do. So that it certainly has a sexually abusive as well as a physically abusive quality.
But
to it.
She did not perceive these daily enemas as being sexual in nature as far as when they were given by her grandfather, correct?
Objection, leading.
I don't know.
Spade. Jury will disregard the answer.
Do you know if she perceived these enemas as sexual that her grandfather gave her?
I don't know. I don't know enough about that, and I don't have enough others to corroborate what, as far as they could glean,
Okay.
her reaction was. So I don't know.
What did she, let me rephrase this. Would the manner in which she described and other people described her upbringing be consistent with the environment that could foster DID?
It could foster.
Dissociative identity disorder.
As far as I know, again, because I didn't get this firsthand, I have to go by what other people told me. And it sounded as though the household was a madhouse, that there was man after man. Not only did the mother get hooked up with very violent men, but my recollection is Letecia herself got hooked up with violent people. And that it was very hard for me to even keep track of the names of the various people because there were numerous males that were aggressive toward various members of the household.
Did she specifically describe any type of molestation dealing with her stepfather, James?
James, if memory serves, she could not refer to him as father or even as James. She referred to him always as Jackass James. And it was as if that kind of made it possible for her to even refer to him, but with great disgust. I believe that he was one of the people who was involved with sexually molesting her during several years of her childhood. And so that he was one of the people who sexually molested her, to the best of my knowledge.
Do you recall that he molested her up until the time that she actually took off from home?
According to my notes, she left the home at about age 15. But also, I have in my notes that she would run away into the woods and hide from this person, that she was terrified of him. And then at 15, that she actually left him.
Did she describe to you events or coping mechanisms that she would employ that would be consistent with dissociative identity disorder?
Coping mechanisms. I'm trying to understand better what.
Well, I mean, did she describe to you things that would be consistent, just in general, consistent with dissociative disorder?
I hadn't thought of it so much as describing as kind of witnessing things. For example, when I was interviewing her over a period of time, suddenly it seemed to me that she was speaking Russian. I don't speak Russian, and it only had that lilt to it. I didn't have words that sounded Russian, but it looked as though she had switched into a different entity. I think she believed she was speaking some other language, but I don't know what that was. And but I can't define in my head exactly the moment at which she did it, so that I can't tell you what the coping mechanism was. But that would be a coping mechanism to suddenly switch into something that made you more comfortable and got you out of whatever situation you felt you were in at the time.
Did she describe any alters to you or other personas?
She did. The one that I remember particularly is she referred to somebody named Maria, and Maria apparently was a physically abusive entity. And when my recollection was that that I actually heard her speak, and that she was harsh and angry and hurtful. Yes, so she did refer to, and in fact, it made me wonder whether, when I first saw that, I thought, have I just met the aspect of her personality that killed Gannon? And it's a speculation. I don't know, but at the time, she is the one that is most closely allied with violence, as I recall.
Would it be unusual for alters to kind of be distinguishing on who they allowed themselves to be presented to? Like, for example, I mean, would an alter maybe less willing to come out to different evaluators?
I think that's probably a general statement. You could say but I can't say anything terribly
Reach for the stars.
useful.
Reach for the stars.
What did she describe to you about, let me back this up. Did she also describe, and you also see evidence in her medical records of possible traumatic brain injuries?
Yes.
There was a car crash. Do you recall that?
Yes.
There was also a time where a bookshelf fell
I'm
out.
going to check this deleting.
Oh, I'm going to allow it because it seems like it's foundational at this point and it's leading up to something.
And
It's there.
medical reports where a bookshelf had fallen on her head and she lost consciousness for 15 minutes.
My recollection of that was I don't recall the medical part of it so much as I believe that she was in her teacher mode. She is quite an amazing young woman in this way, in that she's not stupid. And there are times when she seems to be able to function as a teacher or whatever. And I believe that she was in a classroom, kids had left, and I think that a bookshelf fell down on the back of her head. She fell down, and I believe she lost consciousness. And so it was a fairly severe injury to her head.
Could you talk about her description of the kind of the events leading up to Gannon's death?
Which one?
Yeah. Or the events that she related to you?
You know, it's hard for me to distinguish which I read and which she related to me, because they did kind of go together. She gave some of the most peculiar descriptions of what might have happened to Gannon. That, for example, at one point he's missing; she doesn't know where he is, and then at another point, a man named Eduardo comes in, rapes her, and I believe absconds with Gannon. And at another time, she talks about, I think that he was a pedophile, somebody whom she had Googled, had somehow found on the internet. And I think that that he was one of the people who had absconded with, or who had harmed Gannon. There were numerous, you'd say almost mindless descriptions of what might have happened to this child. And what puzzled me was, when you talk with her, and as if you've seen any of the pictures of her tapes, this is not a stupid girl. She is intelligent. She is in certain phases, certain states. She is able to reason, apparently logically, and to speak clearly and coherently. And yet she makes up the darndest stories that no ordinary person of below average intelligence would expect to be believed. So that, there is a puzzle. Do you know, after I thought about all of it together, I thought, I don't think she knows what happened. I don't think she knows. And I think that, as asked at different times, this is what came into her head and this is what she produced. But I don't think she knows for sure what happened.
Could that be confabulation?
Confabulation is when you have no memory for for what happened. It's commonest in alcoholism and things like that, where the brain has been damaged in such a way that memory is impaired. And then many alcoholics will just ramble on and on about something and will give a story, and they will fill in parts that they can't remember, and they maybe don't even know that they're filling it in. And so her saying this could be a form of confabulation. I don't know whether at the time that she says these things, she believes them, because to you or to me, they make no sense. They're silly.
Did she, back to the events in questions and how she was describing it to you, what did she describe symptoms that could, or experiences or perceptions that could be similar to psychosis?
Oh, I would say similar to that, by definition, would be categorized as psychotic.
Could you talk a little about those?
Sure. Well, one of the commonest psychotic symptoms that we're all familiar with from books, TV, would be, let's say, hearing voices, or let's say talking to people that are not there. And well, at least to my understanding, psychosis is a belief that someone has that most normal people do not have. It can be a perception. It can be hearing something that none of us hear. It can be believing something. It can be a kind of paranoid belief or what have you that doesn't make sense. It can be an auditory sound that you don't hear. And she not only could tell about talking to different beings that were not there, but she puzzled things up a bit, because she also, I believe, talked to God. And there are a lot of us here, probably in this room, who at times have thought that, gee, we talked to God, or we thought we had an answer, or we wished we did, or we didn't. So that you can't simply say that her having talked to God was a psychotic symptom. It may well have been. What I found more convincing in terms of her psychotic symptoms were things that she didn't tell me about, but I read through I guess they were kind of nursing or guards notes from the correctional institution where she was.
The jail.
From jail. And there were several times that different caretakers of one sort or another looked in the room and found her talking to someone who was not there. Ooh. And this was not as though, as far as I knew, she didn't know anyone was watching her, or she wasn't performing for the galleries, that she was talking with somebody, and there was nobody else there. And there were several episodes like this, and those are psychotic symptoms. In dissociation, you get this when it's very common for an individual to hear alternates talking with each other, or talking to him or talking to her. So that I think that the kind of auditory hallucination that you often associate with, say, schizophrenia, it has a more physiological, a more biochemical quality, and also it's often treated with medication that tells you that something is going on that is responsive to chemical intervention. This is different from hearing dissociated entities talking with each other. As far as I know, that doesn't respond to medication.
Did she, well, how did she describe, do you recall, how kind of Gannon starting the fire and how that kind of impacted her state?
I was a bit confused by it, so I'm not positive. I can only share with you what I remember. I think there was a candle on the floor, and I think that some of the carpet burned. And this is separate. There was a different fire at another time that apparently really traumatized her. But we're talking about Gannon at this time, and I believe that she also said that Eduardo was the carpet fixer, perhaps even he helped put out the fire, I don't recall, and that then there was an attempt to cover up the fire that had occurred. But I think that she thought that he had started it with a candle.
Do you recall her describing after the candle fire incident, it was at that time she started having visions of her stepdad, James, being alive and her seeing him? Being alive and her seeing her stepdad, James.
I don't recall that it was that time particularly. There were times that she saw him. I think there was a time she was driving a car and she was on the highway and she saw some very large figure. But I can't recall that was specifically the time she...
Well, that would have been the next Monday that her and Gannon were driving, and you recall her describing that she actually saw James on the side of the road at that point in time.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Do you recall anything about her, any visualizations or something that could be a visual hallucination that she recalled that occurred in the day or so after the fire?
Yes, I recall that I thought it was out the car window that they were driving, and I thought it was a large figure of some sort. There's also, she had a visual hallucination of some entity with a cape. These are hallucinations, and because she sees them, the rest of us do not see them. That has to be considered a psychotic symptom because it is beyond reality or the reality that we know. She did have episodic psychotic states.
Was it at all of significance to you that the excuse when she called herself into work that early Monday morning, that it was the excuse she said was my stepdad has been killed in a car crash?
This I categorize in my own brain as one of her least believable concoctions of what happened or what must have happened. To the best of my knowledge, this stepdad had died perhaps 8 years prior to that, and yet she was going to his funeral that day. Surely this is, first of all, it would be stupid if she were a stupid girl. She is not stupid. To give that as an explanation as why she can't do this or why she can go there. There is something about the way her mind is working then that is distorted and is not in touch with reality. I can't tell you whether this is part of a dissociative episode or another psychiatrist might want to call it a separate psychotic episode. I think you had some psychiatrists who diagnosed a borderline personality, and many psychiatrists who think about borderline states think about episodic psychoses. And certainly I couldn't argue with interpreting that as an episodic psychosis.
Do you recall her switching to the persona and talking to you in the persona of Maria?
Yes.
And do you recall what Maria told you about what happened to Gannon?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Do you recall Maria, well, not necessarily what happened to Gannon, but Maria shooting somebody who she perceived as a Cape person?
Yeah, I'm going to object this to leading. She just said she can't remember, and counsel's leading her.
Well, that's true. You do have to ask the other question of would it help to refresh your recollection? And you can use anything to refresh your recollection, but it did not say that you saying that would refresh your recollection. So you need to ask that question.
Would me describing what Maria said refresh your recollection?
I think if I read what Maria said, I would.
That gonna take forever.
That would refresh my recollection. But I do not recall exactly that. I can recall my own thinking around that time where I thought, was she in the state of Maria when she killed Gannon? And there was something about the way in which this was depicted to me where I thought, my goodness, have I met the killer alter? And so there was something about the way in which she spoke of this that led me to think that I had very likely met the most violent and most dangerous alter.
Just a second.
No further questions. No, I'm just kidding. There's no way. They gotta have ask more. The Maria thing, they don't got much to go on though. Are they gonna play a video clip or some shit? Let's see Maria. Let's see the character. I mean, we don't want to see the 14
Would looking possibly at a summation of the video help you at all?
Well, I could look at it and I will tell you if it does.
Church is smiling over here too. Let's do it.
This is something I haven't discovered.
Let's see Maria. Vamos a ver Maria aquí. ¿She talk Spanish or no speak English? Sure. It's like they're nervous to bring this shit out. It's like, fuck, I really got to bring this shit out to remind this chick? Fuck. Yes. Oh, let's take Maria. They're just like, yeah, let's see this shit. Bring it. I wonder if the prosecution will bring up the whole red and black shit.
Can we take an afternoon break so I can look at this? This is apparently there's only one copy.
Okay. We can fix that during the break too. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our break until 3:25. I can have everyone back in the jury room at 3:25. We should be able to start at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case, and we'll see you back at 3:25. All rise for the jury, please.
Tisha.
Just one page.
So, Tiny, esta chica es loca. And the whole Russian thing too, I really want to see. Oh yeah, she started talking Russian. Where? Do they have that shit?
What? I said thank you.
Oh, sure. It's just a summary of the. You guys all be seated. Dr. Lewis, do you need any help getting down or any assistance?
So far, so good.
Okay. All right. Court will be in recess.
Yeah, they need to protect.
All
Make sure
right.
she get up and down. Try to cop a plea, delay the trial. So, Dr. Dorothy Lewis. Dorothy. I mean, a couple of thoughts. I see a lot of stuff in the chat too, and there's a bunch of super chats I gotta catch up. But, one, somebody had sent in chat earlier that she has Parkinson's or something like that. So I feel a little bad for her, I guess. And she came in a wheelchair. Look at the lawyer rolling his eyes and he's done. Let's see. Somebody send me a clip. Dorothy. Oh, Dorothy. I almost even think their own attorney's kind of over it a bit. Oh, but you can't. Oh, hold on. Let me fix the screen. Lord almighty. Too many screens here. Put myself there. Let's see. Oh, yeah.
All aspects of this individual often teases me, and she says, Mom, you're the only one who does group therapy with one patient. But think of it that way, that all aspects of this individual.
I didn't really see it. Who was it? Will or Talina, the other guy, whatever. Hold on, somebody said my dad's diagnosed with Parkinson's. So in that aspect, I feel a little, I'll be whatever. But the comments in the chat is hilarious. I do feel like, and especially if you haven't seen the documentary when you have time, that documentary is probably going to make a lot of money. People signing up to HBO or whatever. But I do feel like this woman is probably being manipulated by Tisha. Everybody texting me. I think she's probably being manipulated by Tisha, and she seems like she's easily manipulated. Somebody can just start making up shit, seeing shit. I guess she has 4 hours, not 4 hours, 14 hours of interview. And then she's basing her information off of other reports, the hospital reports and stuff. I think I get like a little sweet lady type of vibe, but also like, just she wants to believe like in the good in people and that people aren't gonna manipulate shit. And there was this whole thing too, which we'll have to talk about at some point. There was a book written called Sybil. Sybil is a 1973 book by Floretta Schreiber, something like that, about the treatment of Sybil Dorset for dissociative identity disorder by her psychoanalyst, Cornelia Wilbur. The book was made into television and same name once. Why are you calling me? It was a book, then it was they made it into a movie, and then the movie got remade. And the whole thing about it is that this person apparently completely lied about and made up shit about their diagnosis. Shirley Mason was the psychiatric patient whose life was portrayed in the 1973 book Sybil. The book and subsequent film caused an enormous spike in reported cases of multiple personality disorder. I got that shit. Yeah, I got that shit too. You know what? I'm not feeling too good today. I got that shit too. I did some crazy. You know what? I got multiple personality disorder. We all got that shit. Mason later admitted she had faked her multiple personalities, destroying the doctor's life and the patient's life as well. Legacy destroyed. I don't know. I don't know much about it, but I'm going to have to look into it at some point. The classic true story of a woman possessed. The true story behind her multiple personalities. Much of the sensational story was fabricated. Oh, no. Sybil's case generated widespread fascination both in the general public and medical community, and a group of psychiatrists and psychologists successfully lobbied to have multiple personality disorder included in the DSM-5, the Bible of mental health. Once that happened, the disorder, which had been extremely rare, became relatively common diagnosis. Everybody got that shit. In the entire history of Western civilization, there had been less than 200 cases over a period of centuries, Nathan said. But after the book and film, suddenly there's just hundreds and thousands of these people. And by the late 1980s, there were 40,000 cases diagnosed alone in the United States. I'm telling you, it's the Rolodex of mental health. You feel like you want some shit, you're feeling some whatever. Go pick up this shit. Rolodex of mental health. I'm just feeling like, I don't know, I'm gonna just fucking randomly flip through this shit. I'm feeling like I got some sort of sedative, hypnotic, analoxic intoxication. You know what I'm saying? A slurred speech, incoordination, unsteady gait, stupor or coma, impairment in cognition. I can maybe check off some of those markers. What else they got here? There's a flip. Let me just close my eyes. All right, let's see. Oh no, we don't want to do that. I don't know. I'm just kind of joking, making fun, but yeah, that lady. It was a whole thing where all of a sudden all these people started coming up with this shit, and so let's see. I don't know what's all this. I really think Dr. Lewis is so vague. The Rolodex, I'm gonna tell. So vague because she doesn't want her name associated after seeing this clown trial. She just says, I cannot recall, a classic way to avoid being committed to a diagnosis. Thanks, Leslie P. The other thing that I thought was interesting, and it was from the prosecution's psychiatrist. They were saying that there's like a lot of politics with this DSM-5 shit. Or there was, or like whatever. It depends, you know, which is not surprising. All right, let me get some of these super chats because I have a lot. Holy shit, there's a lot. God damn. I don't even think we can get through all this shit. Lord. Somebody got upset that I put Lord in the title of yesterday's live stream. They're like, oh, you're using the Lord's name in vain. It's like just the title. Damn. I do it all the time. I can't help it though. It's like, Mandy L, thank you for the super chat, says, oh, and I got this already. If T testifies, maybe she will warp into Maria. I want to see the video. I was wondering if, because he said summation. I don't know if it was just paper because he handed the person paper, but then it also like, at some point he mentioned video or something like that. And there's people too that believe in speaking in tongues and all that shit. I don't believe in that shit, but you know, it's in the Bible and all that stuff, and people believe it. I think it's all bullshit, speaking in tongues thing. Deb Godfrey, thank you for the super chat. Because you recommended Crazy Not Insane, I work in the mental health field and I was blown away. Frontal lobe trauma can cause so much rage in a person to kill. Thanks, Will. Thank you. Let me scroll up because I haven't read some of these already. Okay, I read that. Mama 457 Rose, thank you for the 5-month membership. Amazing. Love being here. Thank you so much. Rebecca, thanks for the 5-month membership as well. Not professional. This doctor is making the court wait on her. Well, now we know. I guess she in a wheelchair. Mama 457 Rose, thank you for the super chat. Rocky Search 47, thanks for the super chat. She says, wait, you telling me the doc is missing and the last one to see her was Letecia? Jenna Balby, thank you for the super chat. Says Dorothy is currently trying to get rid of her alter to try to present well. Greeting Kennedy, I got that already about the Brian Walsh trial. Bama Skin 25, Arton Senna, Nicole, thank you for the memberships. Nicole, thank you for resubscribing. Sui Menendez, I got that already. Okay, I got these. Boop, 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 boop. Maria said this earlier. Thank you so much for the super chat. Lauren Rutin. So I'm assuming none of her family members are supporting her. That says it. Thanks for the super chat. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, Dr. Lewis, your patient is waiting. Great job, Mel. You get us through these trials. Over here, thank you for the super chat. It says Dorothy Lewis is in a wheelchair. Thank you, Jenna Balby. Thank you for the super chat. Imagine if the Sun meeting was part of the new docus she's doing and will feature Letecia. Imagine, the Sunday meeting. That would be interesting. I don't know. And the whole thing that came up with like the prosecution calling her out on her licensing, I feel like the argument she was making makes sense. If you're testifying in multiple states, you're probably not gonna I don't know, have all the states in the United States certified and renewing those certifications every year. You know, when I was a pharmacy tech, I had the Florida certification. There's the PTCB, but then there's also the state certification. And so, I mean, I understand. I think she's okay with that. But I like that the prosecution was already like pressing and pushing heat. Like they were like, they're ready, man. When the cross happens, it's going to be interesting. Amber, thank you for the super chat, says she hasn't even started testifying yet, and I don't like her already. Black belt, babe, thank you for the super chat. Brain damage is not a diagnosis. I can't believe there are any medical records saying she had brain damage. Good Lord. I mean, I wonder if they'll show it. Quinna's mom, thank you for the super chat, says me either. Amber. Miss Dog Lover, thank you for the super chat. The head injury may explain why she's illiterate and can't conduct herself in an appropriate manner, not why she allegedly viciously murdered a child. I don't believe the personalities that teacher's claiming. And apparently it seems like Dorothy's the only one that believed the personalities, I guess. Nicole, thanks for the super chat. Maybe she was too old to get up. Nina M, she's a pay for hire doctor. I don't trust her already. Mo says she's in a wheelchair per Amy. Kat, thank you for the super chat. Dorothy's losing all credibility here. IMO, bad career move. I know people like the Dorothy thing. You know, she's elder. She got a lot to say. I know people that are very long-winded. That are very long-winded when they talk. And then especially if you're trying to explain something that's complicated and you're already long-winded, you're probably going to take a while. And I think the defense is probably, and he seems like he's already kind of, in some aspects, trying to rein her in. And you might have to keep doing that. It's kind of hard to do that and try not to be rude. But at the same time, and the thing is, he's leading. He is leading. Multiple times they called it out. And even in the leading, and if the judge, you know, if they object and the judge sustains the objection and like they stop it, he's already implanted what he wants her to say. Even if he rephrases the question, she already knows, like, okay, he wants me to go here or whatever. And he's doing a lot of that. Sandy, and I wonder what that conversation was about on Sunday. BL, the general, thank you for the 17-month membership, says, thanks everyone for being here with Mel. Please show some love and hit the like button. Thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you. Blue-eyed Candy, thank you for the super chat. Yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. Sandy Dorsey Cachon, thank you for the membership. Michelle Burr, Leticia's disgusting and guilty. And Shavir, she's late. I bet they don't take tomorrow off now. Well, tomorrow's Wednesday, so we'll be back here tomorrow, right? I don't think we're taking off tomorrow. Rocky Search 47, thanks for the super chat, says, if she says yada yada, I'm taking cover. Bridget, thanks for the super chat. Could Mr. Cook get any closer to Tisha? Yeah, they were like rubbing shoulders, kind of, a little bit. They seem very friendly. I think more friendlier than average, I think. Especially just in context with everything we've seen. Tracy3, thanks for the super chat, says, well, now we know why her and Leticia's meetings took 3+ hours. They both love to ramble. SW, oh my God, imagine that. The conversation between them, and they probably had a time limit. That would be some shit to see them going. Maybe Dorothy would listen. I don't know. SW4x4, thanks for the super chat, says, where are Tisha's hands on the lawyer's leg? I was kind of looking to see. I was checking out a little bit. I was looking under that desk, see what's going on. I didn't see that happening, but I was checking. Egypt Mania Thompson, she went to school with a hammer and chisel. KCK, anyone ready to start day drinking? Lord. Gwen, and I thought about that, like drinking today, but I think I'm taking this week off, maybe until the weekend. Gwen, thanks for the super chat, says, wake me up when Dr. Lewis ends. Sang in Green Days, wake me up when September ends. I'm trying to remember how the song goes. Wake me up. I keep thinking of the other song. Walk this lonely road. It's not that song though, but no. Whatever. ASCH. Thanks for the super chat, says, can you imagine the doctor and Leticia in a conversation? Both have a gift to gab. Rocky Search 47, where did I put that vodka? Krista, thank you. Libit, thanks for the super chat. Oh Lord, Leticia is getting more ideas. Geraldine, what's the question? At that point when you sent it, I was wondering the same thing. That was, I think, to establish her credentials. Anonymous, Mel, I read some Coke deodorant, please, or I need some Coke deodorant. SW4x4, how come red and black isn't triggering Tisha? I know. I wonder if the prosecution is going to bring that up. Crete and Kennedy, is she really Tisha's last hope? I don't know. They're kind of getting into it. I still don't see anything strong. I don't see this so far. I don't see this is going to save Tisha and change people's minds. Chaos, is she Ellis's mom, Leticia's mom? Because they both be yappers. Badass Baker Sunday's meeting 3 hours, 1 question and 1 answer. Yo. Diggs, coffee isn't gonna cut it. Rocky 647. This woman is the reason people need therapy. Nicole, this is why there was a 3-hour visit with Letecia yesterday. This lady doesn't stop talking, just like her. Lady Tina, thanks for the super chat. Doctor is wearing red and black. Linda, it's almost break time, lady. That's it. Okay, she's making my head hurt. Melissa Bell, yada yada, whatever. And Casey, has Teabag blinked yet? She's freaking me out. She was looking really intently. SCH, have they classified her as an expert yet? Rocky Search, I guarantee the judge is hearing the Jeopardy theme. Jamie, they're back ready. Ooh, what is that?
I can't remember every word of it.
Sure.
Okay. Anything else? Anything
I never able to get all super chats today.
that I'm doing stupid?
That was me grabbing the mic and trying to move it back before I move it back.
Okay.
That was.
All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Mr.
It's back at my room. Can't get it.
Okay.
Anything we need to take up from the defense?
That's right.
Prosecution?
No.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
All right, I guess we're back. No. Tisha. Maybe they still got something, man. Maybe the defense is just getting warmed up. Maybe they got something.
Just a minute. Isn't there any way that we can agree with them and
Audio. Oh.
Not right now because we're up on the mic. Yeah.
not like that?
No.
I don't know what's going on. Thanks, Eva, for the super chat. There's a bunch I haven't gotten to read yet, but I'll try to get them at the end.
This thing is sticky as hell.
Yeah, they changed the camera angle, Wendy.
Thank you, may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury have the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Cellini?
Yes, Dr. Lewis, did that summary refresh your recollection at all towards what the persona Maria had related to you?
Yes, someone.
What did Maria relate to you?
What is written here is what she said.
Okay. Well, do you recall independently that?
I beg your pardon.
Do you have does that refresh your recollection?
What comes to me as I read this is that the reason that I can't cite chapter and verses, it is wildly psychotic. It is incoherent. It is
non-responsive.
well.
If you can relate what Maria told you, I think was the question. That's what you need to do.
And not, so let me rephrase that then, Dr. Lewis. If you can't recall the exact specifics of what she said, what can you recall about the way in which she was presenting?
Yes, I can't recall the exact specifics, because it is disorganized and confused and difficult to remember. But I recall her kind of reassociating all over, and she talks about her grandmother and family shooting things out the window and always needed people to guard funerals. That it had a chaotic quality, and it happened shortly after, as I recall it, shortly after I became aware of her seeming to move into her Maria persona and her more aggressive, more more scary persona, and then it is just rambling and doesn't make sense and incoherent or psychotic.
Now, in fairness, there were other things that you would have liked to have done in your examination. Could you talk a little bit about those? About as far as like an MRI or an EEG?
Correct.
Why would you like those to have been done?
There were aspects of her memory, her behaviors, her descriptions that that are consistent with certain kinds of brain damage. And for example, there are certain things that are so close in terms of dissociation and neurologic impairment, and let's say what are called psychomotor seizures, where prior to a confused state, or prior to a state where you are aggressive and moving kind of automatically but violently, prior to this, there's often a state of wooziness and dizziness, which, as I recall, she described. And following these kinds of episodes, the individual, and this is with what are called complex partial seizures, but also it can be with dissociation, the person does not have any memory of what occurred. First, there is what is called an aura. Then things happen. Very often they can be aggressive things, they can be repetitive things. And subsequent to that, the person does not remember them or remembers them in a confused fashion. And the reason that I would like very much to have been able to investigate that is, if it were, let's say if we were able to get the electroencephalograms that I would like to have had done, if indeed you saw that at a certain point, what were normal electrical activity changed and the rhythm changed and things were off and were not the way we normally think. And then it ceased. If you could combine that, because that would have been signs of abnormal brain activity. And then it would have been very possible, very likely, that during the time at which Maria or an entity of Letecia, whatever it be, that during this time when the child was being stabbed, that her brain was in an altered state, and that there is no way in hell that she could have stopped what she was doing. And the other thing is, she would not remember it. And a classic part of Maria's situation is she doesn't remember what happened. I'm not even convinced she knows she did it. And she certainly can give a variety of what you've called like confabulations, just kind of wild stories where her where her head just goes in different directions. I think that if she could have documented this, there is treatment for it. Whereas we're in a lot more trouble when we're dealing only with a dissociative identity disorder. That's a very tough one to treat. It takes a certain amount of experience, talent, what have you, and investment for a long period of time. So that it matters if you find out that this is what's going on in the brain and you can target it with something to improve it, you're going to see a difference in her whole behavior.
And it was frustrating to you that I was unable to line that up for us, correct?
Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
It was frustrating that I wasn't able to make the EEG happen for you, correct?
More than frustrating.
And just so that the jury knows, you're not here out of the goodness of your heart. You're being paid for your time.
Not yet, but I hope so.
Okay. You're being paid by the state agency that I work for.
In theory.
In theory, hopefully. And the agreement is to be paid at $300 an hour.
I thought it was $350 an hour.
Uh-oh.
I'll have to talk with my supervisors about that.
Oh, no,
but
they're trying to
that's a
jump her.
discount from what you would normally charge, correct?
Yes.
They're trying to rip her off, man. What? You're the 350.
Despite
Just
not
catching so much
having
heat.
the EEG or the MRI, in your report, you indicated that Ms. Stauch was one of the most mentally ill people you'd ever come across.
Bullshit.
Yes. The
No
most
way.
complex.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes.
No way.
The more I study her and the more I remember what happened and go over it, she has such a variety of different signs, symptoms, and behaviors. She has many of the signs, symptoms, behaviors of a dissociative identity disorder. She also, if you follow the material, as you recall, I could not remember it clearly. If you follow the parts that I couldn't remember, they're confused. They make no sense. They are psychotic. They're incomprehensible by an ordinary human being. And if they were to be read aloud to you, you would not make head or tail of them. So that I find this complicated. And it would have helped me if I could have at least eliminated or included a particular central nervous system dysfunction that I could deal with. It's always fun for a doctor to be able to treat and to be able to make something better. And so far we're not able to do that.
Despite that, are you able to come with an expert opinion regarding her sanity at the time of the death of Gannon?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
Well, I think that she was that assuming that this area is about the time that Gannon was killed.
Yes.
She was psychotic at the time. She was not in touch with reality, and she did not. I don't think she knew the difference between right and wrong. I don't know whether she even knew what she was doing.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Cross-examination.
No, that's it. Sorry.
What's the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado, Doctor?
Oh, I believe that you must know the nature of what you have done and that it was wrong, and that also I think that you do add on a bit of the Durham decision, which has to do with if you cannot control your behaviors, such as to comply with the requisites of law, I believe that that is also part of an insanity defense here.
Did you look at the statute regarding insanity for the state of Colorado prior to rendering an opinions in this case?
I did, but I would have to look at it again to look at it. And I've also discussed it with others, which is why I added the Durham decision and the ability to conform your behavior, because to my mind, in many courts where I've testified, that is no longer accepted. But it was my understanding from the attorneys that that is also an aspect of insanity, the inability to conform your behavior to what is required by law.
Is that the aspect that you used in rendering your opinions in this case?
That is only one of the aspects.
Well, tell us the elements. This is what you're here for. You're here to testify that this defendant was saying at the time she committed this crime. I'd like you to explain to the jury now what law you used in rendering that opinion.
Would you permit me to read it, and I will tell you what aspects of it I
You're the expert,
concentrated on. By and large, I used the McNaughton definition of whether the person knew the nature of what he or she was doing and that it was wrong. And so that was my, that was my orientation. And then I was pleased to learn from the attorneys that also the inability to conform one's behavior to the requirements of law was also part of the definition in Colorado. The accuracy of that, I don't know, but we have discussed it, and I've said that I was surprised. I was unaware that in the other states, that since the Reagan shooting, I had thought that most of that was not any longer recognized, but I was told by the attorneys that that was one of the other factors that played a role.
As you sit here right now, do you know the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado?
If you would show me show me as it is written out, I will tell you whether this is what I used. I can't say it to you verbatim, but the idea has to do with whether you knew the nature of what you were doing and that it was wrong.
Well, clearly you have experience in testifying in criminal cases. You said 100 or 200 times, right?
Right.
And so you know that when you write a report, that report comes to the prosecution, comes to the defense, it goes to the court, correct?
Yes, usually.
And in your report, you want to put what the legal definition of insanity is in the state of Colorado, because that's what you're here for. That's what you're here to testify about, correct?
When you have written a complete report with all of the data that you require to come to that conclusion, and then try to go word by word with the definition, yes, you would try to use that. Here we were using as much data as we could get. And again, if I'm mistaken and it is not an understanding of the nature of what the person is doing and that it is wrong, then I've made an error.
Well, this is what you say about insanity in your report. You say, based upon the evidence that I reviewed, in my opinion, Ms. Stauch was insane at the time of the homicide and the days following, period.
That's right.
And the days following?
And I believe that at the time she was psychotic. And whether you use the McNaughton definition, whether you use the Durham decision or a variation of it, she was psychotic at the time. I believe she did not know what she was doing. I'm not certain she even knows that she did do it now as we speak. Okay. And that it was wrong is, if she doesn't know that she did it, the question of whether or not she knows it is wrong is, is something that can be debated. But I think that she does not appreciate the nature of what she did, or that it was wrong, and that she is guilty of having murdered Gannon.
So she's guilty of having murdered Gannon, but she's legally insane as well. Is that what you're saying?
I think that she murdered Gannon. I shouldn't use the word guilty. She murdered Gannon. Again, I think you're teasing me a bit. If you would just rephrase that, I can tell you whether, because you're making me feel, gee, maybe there's a totally different definition here. But from our discussions recently about this, what had struck me most about Colorado was that you also included an inability to conform one's behavior to what was required by law. I don't know if that's wrong, but this is what I discussed with her attorneys, and part of at least what I have gone by. In addition, I believe that she did not know the nature of what she was doing.
But you knew when you came here, you're coming to Colorado, you knew that your opinion would be applied to the law in Colorado, and you knew this jury here would be listening to your opinion to see if what you had to say made sense with the law.
Yes.
You've done that to 100 to 200 times, correct?
I would guess, yeah.
And I've read your other reports. In your other reports, you define what insanity is in that particular state, and you explain in your report why you think someone was legally insane at the time based on the law. Why did you not do that in this case?
I would have to look at the definition, and I'm sure once I look at it, I can tell you why I did not use the exact words that perhaps are there. What a reason why, in plain English, I did not. I believe she was insane is that she is psychotic. When someone is psychotic, they are out of contact with reality. They do not know the nature of what they are doing, whether it is right, wrong, or indifferent. And she is and was psychotic, and therefore she was insane. If you wish to give that a different flourish or something different about it, I very much doubt that what I'm saying to you will conflict with what you're saying. Is there some reason that her being psychotic and not knowing right from wrong or what she was doing, that this is not insanity in your state?
Did you write this report, Doctor?
Of course I wrote the report. I wrote, this is not a complete report. I wrote, I wrote it, sent it, and had it typed. Yes.
Typed it?
I cannot tell you who typed it.
Who'd you send it to?
I sent it to Mr. Tellini.
What did you send to Mr. Tellini?
You have the.
And I'm asking you a question, Doctor. What did you send to Mr. Tellini?
I sent him a brief report. Initially, there was an early title that is a preliminary psychiatric impression, and then subsequently modified it to try to include anything that I had left out. If after he saw my initial report, if I had left anything out that I thought should be there.
What you left out in your initial report was your opinion with regards to insanity, correct?
In my initial communication with him, absolutely. I gave him what I had up until then.
And you requested in your initial evaluation that you wanted an MRI done, an EEG done, as well as a neuropsych exam with several tests that you listed in your report, correct?
Right.
And you wanted those done before you rendered an opinion as to insanity in the state of Colorado, correct?
I wanted it before I testified, yes.
And none of those items got done.
No.
Yet you still issued a second report claiming that she's insane without any definition of why she's insane.
Well, I gave you the definition that she is psychotic and gave you the data to show it, but I did not write it in the form in which I would if I had all of those data to include in it. And I did not have them. And, I could not include as it was my understanding that the court refused to finance the EEG and the MRI and the neuropsychological testing. So I gave you as much as I could from
Let's talk about that. On October 13th, 2022, you were scheduled to come testify to this court about why you wanted an EEG and MRI done, correct? You recall that?
No. But say that again?
Do you not recall being asked to come testify with regards to why you needed an EEG done and an MRI done in this case?
I do not know what you are referring to. I have no idea what you're referring to, because I would have been pleased to at least talk on the phone to the judge or whatever. I begged to have these things done. I can only tell you that. And I would have spoken to anyone who wanted to talk to me about it.
Well, you were contacted well before February 2022 on this case, correct?
Absolutely.
And you were contacted before Ms. Stauch pled not guilty by reason of insanity, correct?
Right.
And she pled not guilty by reason of insanity on February 11th of 2022, correct?
I'm assuming your dates are correct, yeah.
And you didn't do anything on this evaluation until November of 2022?
I worked as hard as I could to get these. In fact, I called the neurologist for free, Dr. James Marikangas, to discuss the case because I could not get funding from this court to get these tests done. So I called and discussed it with him. I contacted Catherine Yeager, Dr. Yeager, the neuropsychologist with whom I've worked for 30 years, and worked with her and spoke with her and got as much data as I possibly could. And I begged her attorneys to get this, and their answer was that the court would not pay for those tests to be done. I had never heard, in fact, I said, I've never heard of this before, but it did not occur to me to pick up the phone and to call the judge. I didn't even know who the judge was, but I was told I could not get this and that I must get something in by then. So I didn't even call my initial contact a complete report on it. But I'm trying to see what I called it. I called it initial psychiatric impression, right?
Right, yeah, because you wanted that information before you rendered an opinion as to insanity, correct?
That is true.
And, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like the court to take judicial notice that on October 13, 2022, the request to have an EEG done, an MRI done by defense was withdrawn, and we did not go to hearing on that.
Mr. Tellini, defense position? Court will take judicial notice that on October 13 of 2022, the defense withdrew its request for an EEG in this case.
As well as MRI.
As well as an MRI.
Were you ever told that?
This is news to me right now, sir.
And of course, if this would have been done, it would have been 3 years after the crime happened. Right?
It would have been later, yes.
And so there'd be a gap between the time of the crime and the time the MRI and EEG were done.
Yes.
A lot of things could have happened in the jail within that time period that may have caused damage to Ms. Stauch's head.
This is just speculative. It would have been extremely helpful to get those data and then to see whether they looked like the kind of material that was something that would have been long lasting or something that was sudden, so that I can't really speculate on that. I did want it done then, and it mattered then.
But it didn't get done, and yet you still rendered your opinion, didn't you?
I rendered and I described what I know about the case, and I've given you my opinion of it. Yes.
Despite what you wrote in your book,
Oh, craft lady, thank
guilty
you.
by reason of insanity. You're familiar with your book, right? That it's easy to fake mental illnesses, especially when it comes to dissociative identity disorder. And that's why you want collateral information like an MRI or an EEG to corroborate, correct?
It's not exactly correct. You don't get that to corroborate dissociative identity disorder. No, you get that to corroborate neurologic or neuropsychological impairment. No, you don't get that for dissociation.
He's opening the book too? Oh shit, is he opening the book? Using her own book against her. Oh.
Page 108. You've probably heard this a million times when you testified, I would imagine, right?
I don't know. You'd have to.
Okay.
You don't even know the book.
Let me read it to you. Psychiatry, as every prosecutor who has ever cross-examined me has never hesitated to point out, is a soft discipline compared with the harder medical discipline of, say, neurology. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, there it is.
The difference between neurology and psychiatry is analogous in some ways to the difference between hard neurologic signs and soft neurologic signs. Sound familiar?
Yes, go ahead.
An MRI shows abnormal mass in the brain. The EEG shows localized spike and wave complexes. In other words, evidence of brain damage is clear. Remember saying that?
Or I should have said of brain dysfunction. I said of brain damage.
Yeah. You said evidence of brain damage is clear.
Or I should say of brain dysfunction.
Okay. What did you mean by that? Is that why you wanted the MRI and the EEG?
Of course I wanted that, but not in order to, you would not get a special, as I said to the jury, you would not get a special MRI or EEG based on a dissociative disorder. If, however, you do get this abnormal MRI or EEG, you then start looking in another direction, and you start thinking, not only may we have dissociation, but there is some kind of documented brain dysfunction. It's operating differently. And so you would like that because you would have, Mr. Tellini would have a lot easier case if he were able to document that a lot of her signs, symptoms, and behaviors are the result of abnormal electrical activity. And or, as in a recent case that I did early, I think
And Doctor, I'm going to stop you there. Let me stop you there. Because I want to stick to my question.
Yeah.
Okay?
You're like, talk. We got to cut you
The
off.
EEG or MRI could have shown nothing as well, right? No brain damage.
That's right.
And that would also help you in forming your opinion as well, wouldn't it?
Well, it certainly would not have confirmed a documented neurologic dysfunction.
And so all you had to go on is really Ms. Stauch's self-reporting to you and the forensic interview that you conducted.
Well, that's simple. I can't go along with that. That's all we had. But we did not have the additional neuropsychological and neurological data that I would very much have liked and I would still like. And I had no idea that this was ever withdrawn. It was my idea, or it was my understanding, that the court had refused to grant the funding to have these things done, which in my experience is a first.
Well, now you know what happened, though. So why do you keep saying you know what happened?
I don't.
The court just took judicial notice that the defense withdrew their request.
I know what you're telling me, but it would be presumptuous for me to say I know now. You've put me in the middle of a debate that I can't enter into.
$350 an hour. You now know you're being paid $300 an hour.
75 if I'm traveling or whatever. So in theory.
How many hours have you billed on this case?
I don't know yet. I have not even counted. I don't know.
Why did Mr. Cellini contact you? Did he tell you?
I assume because he thought that I was reputable and experienced in this field. I think he also became aware that I existed because of the documentary that was done on my work and my life.
About dissociative identity disorder?
No, about all of my work.
When you advised him that you felt there was enough evidence for the defendant to plead not guilty by reason of insanity, what did you base that on?
I based that on, probably in my own head, I based it on the McNaughton rule, which would be that she did not know the nature of what she had done and or that it was wrong. And also subsequently, after discussing it with Mr. Cellini, based on the Durham decision that she did not have control over what she was doing, that she could not conform her behavior to that which the law required.
How did you know that back in February of 2022 when you hadn't interviewed her until November of 2022?
I'm sorry, I would have to look over what I had looked at and what I had, what I had reviewed up to the time. And I'm sorry, I can't give you the dates so that we can.
Well, did you review anything prior to talking to Mr. Cellini for the first time about the defendant changing her plea to not guilty by reason of insanity?
I'm not aware of his having changed a plea. No, I assumed, in fact, when he called me, that he thought that probably that there was an insanity defense here, and I did not think that he had one. He was pleading not guilty first, and then changed it to NGRA. I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, it isn't that I don't remember. It's that I assumed when he called me that he suspected that there was that she was suffering from a severe mental disorder that conformed to the criteria for insanity.
And when that happens, you had done hundreds of forensic evaluations with a lot of people who are on death row, some serious big-time murderers. Is that fair? There's a difference between a death penalty case and a homicide case, correct?
Yes.
Death penalty people are the worst of the worst?
Oh, it depends on how.
I see where it's going.
What your state is like. No, it doesn't depend on the worst of the worst. It depends on what the law is in your state and the humanity of your state. It doesn't depend on the worst of the worst.
So people who kill and commit serious crimes are usually charged with death penalty cases. Is that fair?
Is that the people say that once more?
You tell me. What's the difference between a normal homicide case and a death penalty case?
Where the state in which you commit your offense.
Well, tell us about the people you evaluated on death row. What kind of crimes did they commit?
Murder.
What kind of murders?
It varied from probably the most common thing. It would have been a grocery store murder where somebody got kind of upset, hung up, and shot a clerk. They were a death sentence did not correspond to the grisliness of a murder.
Well, in your opinion, a death sentence never responds to the grisliness of any murder, correct?
No, I don't. No.
Are you for the death penalty?
Objection, relevance, overruled.
That documentary shit.
I beg your pardon?
Are you pro death penalty?
I really try not to take a position on it. I just kind of
You're not.
call the shots
Clearly.
as I see them in terms of the, of the offense and what the person did. But I do not take a political stance. I don't think I ever have.
And as a matter of fact, you've always been contacted by defense attorneys to do these evaluations, correct?
Not always, but usually.
Have you ever been contacted by a prosecutor to come in and say, testify as an expert?
Yeah, when I worked at the court clinic, and I testified for the court. When I was the head of the court clinic, I was testifying for the for the state. And when I worked at Bellevue, when I was asked to evaluate, I was testifying by and large for the city if I testified.
Back in the 60s and 70s?
Damn. Oh shit.
1960, 1970s?
Oh no, 2003, I finally, after 20 years of commuting, I stopped commuting there. But no, it was up until 2003.
Had you ever done an evaluation on someone on death row and said, you know what? No issues here. The death sentence should go forward.
It is not up to me. I've never been asked that, so I've never had to.
Well, have you ever done an evaluation that says, I find no mental disease or defect in this individual?
Yep.
Tell me about that. Who was that?
I don't remember the name, though I believe that I spoke to Mr. Tellini about it.
Yeah, tell us.
And by God, it turned out that the guy hadn't done it. But
This is someone who didn't even do the crime?
right, but his attorney did not believe it. And it turned out, I learned ages later that it was dropped and that he had not committed the crime.
You did an evaluation and said there's no mental illness involved in this person?
I did. And I should tell you that, may I expand on that a little
Sure.
bit?
It'd be nice to know the name so we can confirm.
Yeah. Whoa.
I don't know the name. I think it was Chicago.
No.
I was going to tell you about
Bruh, this is fucking.
about finding this person who had simply not committed the murder. I'm sorry, I don't think I have anything to add to that, except
Okay,
that I did have.
We'll move on if you're okay with that. You all right?
Right.
Okay. You talk about the first time you experienced dissociative identity disorder in your book, Guilty by Reason of Insanity. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And you describe it being a really a life-changing experience for you, correct?
Well, it was an eye-opener.
In fact, you even wrote that looking back on other evaluations, you probably missed it. You probably missed diagnosing several inmates with dissociative identity disorder based on what you did on this particular individual.
Right, and I think I explained to the jury, I have no question I have made my mistakes.
Do you remember that individual's name?
Marie Moore?
I'm sorry?
Marie Moore?
Marie Moore. And you talk about Marie Moore in your book. Do you remember that?
Very well.
Do you want to describe what you write in your book about how you discovered that she had another persona?
Is that,
I can, why don't I ask you if this is consistent? So you're interviewing her and she's committed a horrible crime and you're trying to get to whatever mental illnesses she might have. You suspect that she might have dissociative identity disorder based on what her attorney tells you. Is that correct?
I don't suspect it. I am told it. I don't suspect it. And I made several phone calls to people who knew a lot more than I. I believe one was Cluft, who is, I think, the country's one of the national, experts in this. And I called colleagues and discussed the case with them. And I thought, I just don't, I haven't seen this and I don't know if it exists, but okay, because the attorney asked me whether I would do this. And I did. If you want me to explain what happened, how I discovered, yeah.
Okay.
I beg your pardon?
Between the two of us, I think we'll get out what happened. But going into it, you had quite a bit of skepticism, even though the attorney is telling you they got multi-personality disorders, because that's what it's called at that time.
What they said was that some people thought that she may have this, and they said that people that she had spoken to, kids who were around where she lived, said that at times she sounded like a man and that she asked to be called Billy. That was what they knew. And that's what they told me. And so they said, Dr. Lewis, while you're seeing her, check up on multiple personality disorder. And I thought, right. I thought I had never seen it and I didn't think I would. And so I did go to see her, and I could find nothing that quite went along with what I understood. This would.
And you're asking, hey, I want to talk to Billy. And Billy talked to me. Or words that.
No. I don't think I'll tell you what I remember. This is about 100 years ago.
This is back in the 1980s, just so, is that fair?
84 or 86. Yeah. Well, that tells you how long it took me to even think maybe this could be it. But I asked her, based on all these very wise people I had consulted, I asked her whether, I said to her, there are people who say that sometimes you want to be called Billy or what have you. And she said, yes, people have told me this, but I don't know. And I said, many people who have been through the kinds of things that you've been through, many people have been bothered, like sexually by other people or whatever. Has anything like this ever happened to you, whatever? No, Dr. Lewis, never. Nothing like this ever happened to me. So finished, done with evaluation. But no, it did not happen. And no one ever did this. And we talked, and I do need to see a patient more than once and for a while. So I said, I really need to leave now. There was an investigator had driven me out and put his head in the door and said, we have to leave. And I said, Marie, I'm so sorry, but I have to leave now. And but I will come back and I will talk to you again. And she said, don't leave. She said, there's something I have to tell you, very much as I'm telling you. And so I sat. I do have endless patience when time has, does not just stop at the end of an hour. So I waited and I said, I just can't stay. I have a lift. I have to go. Marie, I will come back. And I promised you we'll talk some more. And she said, don't go. There's something I have to tell you. And so I waited. And then, as is my wont, I picked up my little yellow pad. And because the guy was waiting outside. And I said, I'll be back, Maria. We'll talk again, but I have to leave. I got up and stood up, walked toward the door, put my hand on the doorknob and opened the door. And behind me, a voice said, don't go. And it was chilling. And I turned around, and by the way, I thought she and I looked a bit like they were in the days of the big glasses, and you kind of looked pretty simple with big full glasses. And I turned around, and instead of this kind of wimpy looking girl with the glasses looking at me, she had changed, and she was sitting with her legs towards the door, her hands on her knees, and, in a masculine kind of look. And she said, "Don't go. There's something I have to tell you." And she put out her hand, and I put out mine, and I took hers, and I said, "Billy?" And she said, "Yes." And I said, "Wait a minute." And because I was scared, I had not seen this before.
And Doctor, if I can just stop you there, just so I can have the record be clear. So when you're referring to things that Billy said, you're using a male voice?
Yes, I'm imitating it as much as I can.
Okay, I just want the record to reflect that. Go ahead, please continue.
Yeah, I'm sometimes better at it than, but it was this harsh kind of thing. And I kept the door open, and I don't remember the man's name. I said, "Mr. So-and-so, don't go. There's someone that needs to meet you." I really meant there's someone I need in here to kind of protect me. And the investigator came in and sat, and he said hello, and he said, "Billy." I forget who said which first. And he sat down, and then we talked a bit. And I guess he had said Billy, or I said Billy, and he said yes. And I then asked some of the same questions that I had asked before. And I said to, if memory serves, I said, Billy, when I was talking with Marie, and she said that so-and-so had never bothered her sexually. I said, did anything ever happen to Marie or whatever? And the only way I can talk about it is saying Billy. And Billy said, I said, "Did the father ever do anything?" And she said, or he, "Sure he did." And she said, when she was, I don't remember if it was 2 or 4, he put pencils in her rectum. When she was, I believe he said 12. When she was 12, he had sex with her. And it had been denied. Marie had absolutely denied this. I could have left there, decided that the attorneys were crazy, and I was not, and left, but this happened. And so after talking a bit with her, I said, "We do have to go now, and but I will come back, and I will see you again." And I did come back, and I did see her again.
And you eventually diagnosed her with dissociative identity disorder, or multi-personality disorder, as it was called then.
Well, multiple personality disorder was what the term was then, but it was pretty convincing.
So how many diagnoses?
There was one other thing that went on there.
I don't want to move on from that. I think the jury gets a picture of what that evaluation was. But needless to say, that was the first diagnosis that you made, multi-personality disorder, which is now dissociative identity disorder.
Correct.
How many diagnoses have you made since then?
Oh, I don't know, because we subsequently ran a clinic at Bellevue. And I remember it must have lasted for about 5 years. And my recollection was because it made no money. Somehow the fields I go into are not the most lucrative.
Oh no, $300 an hour sounds pretty good to me.
It depends how long, whatever. And anyway, what I can tell you is that Bellevue closed the clinic because it was not supporting itself. And that's a very big deal now. And by that time, I was surprised they would do this because we had 100 cases at that point. That month at Bellevue, in that particular clinic, there were 100 cases. This may be piddling for an ordinary clinic, but for a particular specialty kind of clinic on an offbeat disorder, I thought that it would at least support itself, and it didn't. And so I can say that we had, at the time, there were 100 visits. I should say there were 100 visits to Bellevue to that clinic. So that gives you some idea of the number of cases that came through. And the clinic lasted for only about 4 or 5 years. And of course, at first there were very few. And then as we became better known around Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, more patients were referred. But we didn't always make that diagnosis. Obviously, you could see patients and they didn't have them.
But you made that diagnosis more often since the Marie case.
Of course.
Would you say 100 times?
I really don't know. It would be a guess, but certainly I know how to interview better now. I know how to interpret things better now than I did then. And
have all those?
I missed. I probably missed more than I ever made.
Have all those diagnoses been in criminal cases where someone's facing criminal charges?
No. In fact, our first case when the clinic opened at Bellevue was a 4-year-old child from our kindergarten or preschool there, a child who was referred to the clinic and who indeed.
In criminal cases, do you have any skepticism going in that the person may be faking dissociative identity disorder?
Always.
Tell us about that.
Just that you always have to be skeptical about it. Well, just even about your own skills, not just whether somebody's faking or not. You have to you have to be appropriately modest about your skills and your ability to recognize it. Sure.
And in your book, you write, alternate personalities leave evidence of their existence all over the place. Mm-hmm. Jonathan, who is the neuropsychologist, is that right?
No, he died. He was a professor of neurology at Yale, okay, and then at St. Elizabeth's.
You say Jonathan and I have been able to trace clues of multiple personality disorder all the way back to early childhood.
Yeah.
Teacher reports, social service records, medical charts, letters to friends and relatives, journals, diaries, drawings, all pieces of the puzzle that, when fitted together, reveal the picture of a divided, often fragmented mind.
It often did. Correct. What I'm saying there is that you get data. In fact, I noticed that in some of your reports, I think there were references to certain kinds of SCID, interviews and things of that sort. But what I was trying to say is that when we make a diagnosis, I pretty much insist that there has to have been evidence that this existed long before I ever set eyes on the person or the person set eyes on me. And very often you will find writings or drawings or all sorts of evidence that somebody has produced, or even signing into hospitals, all sorts of things. And I insist that whatever it is, have, or try at least to have evidenced itself long before they saw me, because you're very open to being accused of suggesting and of giving someone an idea that, oh, they must have this because you can suggest it. And this is why, at least in our clinic, we would search for evidence that antedated any contact with us or with our clinic, and still do.
And that's why you would never want to suggest to a defendant that you're doing a forensic evaluation on that they may have some kind of mental disease or disorder, right? Is that what you mean by not suggesting?
No, by not, by just looking back, because you can usually look back and find evidence of, let's say, different names and different signatures. You can very often, you can find different artistic styles and different signatures at the bottom of them. So that you look back so that nothing you did influenced what you used to make your diagnosis. And it's how we try to at least be certain that we have not created anything that wasn't there.
It seems to me then family members might be very relevant to interview with regards to not their loved one.
If they would.
Dissociative identity disorder, correct?
Well, there's one fallacy there, which is very often the abuser has been a family member. And with Marie Moore, the father would not allow the mother to come in or be seen alone. They came in together, would say next to nothing.
Well,
And
I'm going to talk about this case. Okay?
well, but family members are not necessarily the best in the world. Far better is looking back at what the person himself or herself has created prior to your
the person who created that may have a reason not to tell you the truth, right?
wrong.
Wait a minute here. You just said a few minutes ago that you're skeptical going into these interviews because people who are charged with crimes may have a reason to fake it. You don't remember saying
And
that?
that is why you would have your data antedate any crime, any contact with them, because you can't retrospectively malinger. And it's vital for everyone to remember that you cannot retrospectively malinger. Oh, gee, I'm going to sign this painting differently because 10 years from now, I'm going to commit murder. Come on. That is why you cannot, that's why you don't just take something that was produced after you met with the person, while you look back and you beat the bushes for any data. Letters, old letters to people, letters to and from, old social work records, old medical records where you signed in for some procedure.
What about a daughter named Harley Hunt had been with the defendant her whole life, every day of her life? I don't think it'd be relevant to talk to her to see if she saw any signs of dissociative identity disorder?
Oh, sure, it would be very helpful.
So
And
what did Harley have to tell you when you talk to her?
I asked the attorneys with whom I could speak, and I was not put in touch with any of these people. And so I did not use them unless if they had years before made some kinds of notations about the person, that would be kosher. You could probably look at that. But
You say in your book that there was a case in Florida you were subpoenaed or asked to come and give opinions on, and the wouldn't do what you asked them to do, an MRI, EG, logical testing, and you refused to testify. Remember that?
I don't remember which case it was. No, this was written when? In 86? I don't.
Well, why didn't you do that
I
here?
don't recall that case.
Why didn't you do that here?
I tried.
Why didn't you refuse to testify? Because you didn't have done what you wanted to have done.
Perhaps guilt. I don't know why. But
And speaking of that,
No, I probably should have.
you were to be here at 9
I
o'clock
should've.
this morning. Why were you not here at 9 o'clock?
I don't know. I was supposed to be here 2 weeks ago, and I was told that at the last minute that I was not to come until last Friday. I do not know. The timing is someone else's.
And your report was due on February 13th of 2023 with regards to insanity. You know that too, don't you? You know there's discovery requirements for your report when you enter a criminal case of this nature, that you need to give us your report 35 days before trial, correct?
No, this is new to me. However, I did the best that I could. I could not provide you with what you wanted until I got data. And even when I did not get the data, I did the best that I could with what I was given.
And you provided, or at least somebody typed up a report that was given to us 4 days before we started jury selection. Do you have a disregard with the rules here? What's going on here?
Yo,
I don't think I have a disregard for the rules.
yo.
Do you have an unconscious bias with regards to dissociative identity disorder?
An unconscious bias of what? What are you talking about?
Based on your evaluation, Marie, and all the other diagnoses you make, you go into evaluations thinking, I'm going to look for dissociative identity disorder.
No more than I'm going to look to see whether there is bipolar disorder, whether there is brain damage, whether there is seizure disorder. No, no more.
What does crazy, not insane mean?
Crazy, not insane means that there are individuals who have very severe mental illness. Call it crazy, but they are not considered insane because they may not meet the criteria of that particular state or whatever it is, so that they may be crazy as a bedbug, but it does not fit an insanity defense, and the insanity varies, as you know, from state to state, so that you can be quite crazy in one place, but not insane.
So you can commit a murder where there may not be any motive or any reason why that person committed the murder, but yet you could still be legally sane. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think that's what I said, no.
And you commit a murder that may not have a motive to it and still be legally sane. For instance, a mother shakes a baby. What's that baby? No reason other than the baby crying. Person still be legally sane.
And the person be sane,
Yes.
depending on where this occurs, yeah.
Is that what you mean by crazy, not insane?
That is only one. That's only one small.
There's millions.
What?
There's probably hundreds of crimes that fit that category.
I think they're probably more crazy than insane disorders. How's that?
Okay. Legal insanity is a pretty high calling.
Depends where.
Well, I talked to you about Colorado, but I'm not sure we can.
Now I'm going to have to go look up the exact rule. I take it McNaughton does not fly in Colorado?
Well, let me ask you a question about these reports that you alluded to in one of your answers. You said, based on what your expert report said. Do you remember saying that in one of your answers?
No, I don't, but go ahead.
Well, what reports are you referring to?
I don't know what report you're referring to.
Well, there's only one report with regards to insanity in this case other than yours, correct?
As far as I know.
And that's the report by Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres. Correct?
Didn't you say one of my reports? Aren't they people that are from your side of the...
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Why do you think they're on our side?
Because they work for the state.
Well, you work for the state. You're getting paid by the state.
I don't know whom I'm getting paid by, but I assume that they're working on your side because you have asked them. Had you asked me to evaluate Letecia, I probably would have said yes. I'd be glad to evaluate Letecia.
Would it surprise you that the court is the one that actually asked the state hospital to do a neutral evaluation?
No, it would not. However, when you ask the state to do this, the state is the one that is, the people there are being paid by the state. And it is usually with that slant, just as when a public defender gets a case, it is usually slanted in that direction.
Are you basing that just because they found her legally sane at the time? That somehow we brought them into this case?
No, I'm not basing it on anything. I don't know them. I don't know.
You're quite familiar and you've testified in other murder cases where the prosecution actually goes out and hires an expert. That person comes in and testifies on behalf of the prosecution, correct? Like Park Dietz and Associates.
That's the only thing, the only person I can think of. So
that didn't happen in this case, did it?
I don't get it. I mean, Park Dietz is Park Dietz. Why?
So you have no idea how Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres became involved in this evaluation?
I'm assuming that they were requested by you or by the court to do this evaluation.
You said that you read 100 pages of police reports?
I didn't recall giving a number. I said hundreds of pages of different reports.
How long did it take you to get through all that information?
Hours.
Thousands and thousands of pages, right?
I don't know, hundreds certainly.
Reports from the FBI, correct?
I would have to go over it. I know I carried a suitcase here that weighed probably over 100 pounds, but I don't know how many pages.
Reports from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, correct? You review those?
Dozens and dozens of reports, yes.
What about reports from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina? Did you review those?
I would have to look over this again, because again, I looked at these a while back, but I did bring them with me. So if you wanted me to look over what I have with me, I can tell you.
Well, tell me what you recall reviewing.
I would have to look at them. I don't recall the name of each place and each
Name a couple.
Each organization.
Name some.
Mr. Tellini asked you questions about him being in the interview room while you're conducting the evaluation. You remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you remember giving 3 answers? 1, want them to see what I see. That was your first answer, correct?
Right.
And you knew this was being videotaped, correct?
Right.
Why couldn't they just watch the video?
In my experience, it is helpful for me to have the person who is responsible for the case to see what I see. Another reason would be, I've said to them, try not to interrupt me if you can avoid it, but if there is something toward the end or something that you feel I need to know that I've just failed to ask about, please feel free to ask it or ask me, can you ask it? So that there are a number of reasons why I like the person to see what I see and also to enable me to see what he or she sees that I may have missed.
Well, isn't it kind of awkward because the attorney there is the one deciding to pay you based on your work? Doesn't that make it awkward for you and the defendant to be in the same room with the attorney as you're doing a forensic evaluation?
No.
And you certainly would not want the attorney to interject and become part of that evaluation, would you?
There are occasions when it's very important, when something vital is left out. And if the person were not there, I would not even know enough to ask later on. So
would you consider that to be an unbiased interview if the person who's working in the best interest of the client is asking questions during the forensic interview?
I think it depends what the questions are. I think I told you in an interview, I've said, look, if you two are going to continue with this, let's stop now and I quit. Talk about it with each other and I'll come back, so that I try very hard not to play along.
You said the second factor was disassociative cases. There's a lot of skepticism prevailing in the case. Do you remember saying that?
I'm sure I have many times.
What does the attorney have to be in the courtroom to alleviate that second factor of yours?
It's very important for him to see what I see. For example, in this particular case, Letecia's accent changed and became incomprehensible. And it's important for me to have another person see what I see and then say, did you see what I see? Or something of that sort. That it is helpful.
You don't think that has an impact on the defendant? Having you tell the attorney, look at that, did you see that?
Do I do that? Have you ever seen me do that? No, because I did not ever do that.
Judge, I've asked the witness to allow me to finish my question.
Need to wait till he finishes his question, and then you'll get a chance to respond.
You don't think that would have an impact on the defendant and her ability to act a certain way based on what you're saying, her attorney in the room at the time that she's saying things?
Could you repeat what you said first about what I said and what he said and whether it would?
Well, we're going to see the video here in a minute. We're going to watch the video.
I'm sorry.
My question is, do you think it would have an impact on the defendant's ability to act a certain way based on what you're telling her attorney in the same room?
I do not believe that what I do or the way in which I do it on occasion, if I want the attorney to be there or someone else from the attorney's side, I feel that I am more likely to find out the truth than if I'm on my own and I have failed to pick up something. I will often say, wait until the end. If you can wait until the end. And then please raise any questions you have that I may have misunderstood or may have been wrong. But I do this in the interest of trying to learn as much as I can.
Play the video, man. Fuck all this shit. Play the video.
You think the attorney might have an interest, in your opinion, in the outcome of that interview?
Of course.
Did you have any safety concerns when you're interviewing Ms. Stauch on those 3 days?
I think that just the very fact that I have somebody there tells you that I always have enough sense to try to keep myself safe and calm so I don't have to worry about my own safety.
You interviewed her hours, in the morning, in the afternoon, 3 days in a row. By the time you got to the third day, do you feel a need to have an attorney in there with you for safety reasons?
Yes.
Why?
Well, a case I had a while back, I actually was flying out to Florida for, I forget what part of the case it was late at night. There was a woman attorney with the patient, and by the time I arrived at the prison, the patient had attacked the woman. She had been alone in the room with this person whom she knew well. It's an eye-opener and it's a lesson, and it can happen. And now here this woman had known the defendant for a long time. No, I don't think that I'm that good that after a few hours with somebody, I am perfectly safe. The other thing is with dissociation, a person can switch on a dime. And if you look at the tapes, you'll see that a person, just as they can switch an accent, and it just happens and you barely notice and then you see it, a person can switch on a dime in terms of how they perceive you. And you can be safe 1 minute. This friend of mine was stabbed shortly before I arrived there to interview the defendant, and I was not permitted to do the interview, and that was that. But no, I do not think that the third day I'm necessarily safe on my own. I would be a fool.
But you talked about someone switching on a dime. You didn't diagnose Ms. Stauch with dissociative identity. 2023. Why were you concerned about her switching on a dime if you hadn't made a diagnosis yet?
Because I don't know when I come and see a patient what the disorder is. And there are other disorders in which someone can switch on a dime. And, or you could say something stupid or the wrong thing and the atmosphere changes. So that, I don't know, maybe I'm a coward, but.
I don't think you're a coward. Does everyone who is diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, are they legally insane throughout the United States?
No.
Of course not, right? There's a spectrum.
I taught you that.
I went to school for 7.5 years. I might have picked up a few things. But anyway, there's some who are more severe than others. There's some that may not impact their life whatsoever, right?
I don't know.
Because you only look at criminals, right?
No.
Okay.
Come on.
Your opinion is that something that happened over 20 years ago with Ms. Stauch's stepfather is the origin of her traumatic stress that leads to dissociative identity disorder. Did I get that right?
No.
Tell us, what's the origin of
I
it?
do not know enough about what she suffered or experienced as
Here we go.
as an infant, as a child, as somebody growing up, nor have I spoken with her relatives, friends, acquaintances personally, so that I cannot possibly say that. In my experience, I'm staggered by how very, very early ongoing intolerable torture can create this. And you can, sometimes you can get a hint of when it happened because when the person is in a certain dissociative state, they may draw the way a 3-year-old does. And it may turn out that as you learn more, that maybe it was at around that time that that the major trauma occurred. But it's
Well, let me,
I don't know
make
what
sure I wrote down your answers right.
Yeah.
But you said the cause is early ongoing physical and or sexual abuse that is intolerable, can't cope with it anymore. Mind self-hypnotic.
it is as if you left out as if it is as if the person has gone into a self-hypnotic state. I have used that term because for me, it makes sense. You will find others, experts far better than I, who may use a different term in terms of the way in which the mind changes. But for me, it is most understandable to say it is a type of self-hypnosis. Because, you know, if you kind of think you are someone else and you're talking differently, it is like a self-hypnotic state. And is unconscious, it is not conscious.
Regardless, you indicated that these assaults happened back when Ms. Stauch was 15 years old.
No, I said I know only from other people's histories, and maybe one time where she told me from about age 5 to age 10, some things occurred, that these things have been documented by other people. I am not telling you when. I suspect that we don't know a lot of what went on early.
But we do know that she got a softball scholarship, that she got her doctorate's degree, that she...
Would you explain the doctorate's degree, where she got it and how?
Did you not know that she got a doctorate's degree, doctor?
I don't know if you count it the same. It was over the internet, and it was like Coursera or something like that. I think that you need to look at that a bit.
You know more about it than I do. I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Okay.
No.
Well, it was.
That.
I don't know, some of those big boxes.
Watch the videos. It's not on videos.
It's not there. I don't know, but that's where she got it. That's where she says she got it.
But anyway, that didn't impact her ability to go through college.
Yeah, it did. Her college was also, I believe her degree was a computer, an internet.
And she succeeded in life, had a daughter, married twice,
Wow.
right? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere,
Why would you say succeeded, married twice? This is not a victory.
she didn't murder anybody. She didn't murder anybody within that 20-year period.
But she managed to marry some really unpleasant people. I'd say those were big mistakes.
And just coincidentally, you come involved, and now all of a sudden, this event that happened 21 years ago is the cause for her killing an 11-year-old girl. Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, I'm not telling you this.
Then why is it relevant?
We're trying to understand what happened and why it happened. And I'm just telling you what causes, in my experience, in my limited experience, what causes this kind of phenomenon. But I don't consider her having married twice inappropriate and less than loving human beings a success, nor do I consider her degrees.
When do you think her dissociative identity disorder started?
Wow. I don't know with her. If you were to ask me earliest, the first patient in our clinic was 4 years old.
You didn't think that was important for your opinion to give this jury when her diagnosis started?
Only if I knew it.
Well, you reviewed the jail records in this case, right?
But they're incomplete, and we don't have enough data to say when this started, but you can be pretty sure that it tends to be early and ongoing and intolerable.
Well, it started when she said it started after June 5th when her competency was raised in court. You remember reading that?
It doesn't matter what she says when she says something started.
In fact, Dr. Torres specifically asked her during the competency evaluation, you answered a question a certain way about multiple personalities. Would you tell us about that? And Ms. Stauch didn't have anything to say. Remember that?
I don't know.
Would that be significant in your opinion?
I would have to know the whole context of it.
In fact, it wasn't until the second competency evaluation with Dr. Grimmett that dissociative identity disorder became an issue in this case. Right?
I believe you. I don't know that for sure, but it certainly could be.
You reviewed the reports, did you not?
I did, but I reviewed hundreds of pages and I can't quote date.
Yeah, I don't know the court, how much longer you want to go. It's about 10 till.
About 5 more minutes.
Okay.
But it's up to you. I understand the subject, so.
I've got, we're going to get into videos tomorrow, so I've got quite a bit more. It'd be good.
About 5 more minutes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Ooh, so tomorrow. Ooh, it's gonna be spicy, man. Oh.
You indicated on direct examination that it's very common for an individual to split off to take the characteristics of their abuser when they have dissociative identity disorder.
Yes, I've seen it often.
Did you see it, Ms. Stauch?
I can't say for sure I saw that with her. I don't know. No.
Rita Sanchez has nothing to do with her stepfather. Would you call him Crazy Ass James or something like that?
What about him?
Jackass James. That's what it was.
Yeah, but did she turn into Jackass James?
That's what I'm asking you.
I didn't hear that or see it or what did you? I don't know where you're coming from.
Well, you said on direct that it's common, very common, I think you said, that individuals take on a persona of their abuser.
I said it is common, right, and it is common. But that doesn't mean that in this case it happened. I'm just informing the jury it is common, and I'm saying this to you so that you don't say, oh, we're going to get rid of so-and-so sometime because he's terrible, because he's listening when you're there. And it's not a good idea to do that. That's all.
Did you have any indication whatsoever that Jackass James was one of her personas?
I don't think that I got to know her well enough or see her often enough to say that.
You didn't ask her for Jackass James to come out and talk to you, did you?
No, I tend not to ask for alternative people to come and talk to me.
Well, you asked Maria Sanchez to talk to you.
Only because you told me Maria existed. I had not heard of Maria. And, so I would say, is it possible to talk to her, particularly because she did give us a clue that Maria Sanchez is a very violent character, and there are guns and there are all sorts of things. So that, of course, I would want to say, is it possible to talk to this person? I'm not saying I want you to talk to me, but is it possible for me to talk to so-and-so?
And the DSM-5 talks about a triggering event that causes someone who suffers with dissociative identity disorder to trigger that event.
Say that again?
The DSM-5 talks about a triggering event, something traumatic that triggers that individual to change personalities when they're diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
There can be any number of triggers.
What trigger did you use to have her change to Maria Sanchez?
I do not consciously use a trigger. It could be I have brown hair that's a trigger. It could be no trigger that I have done. It could be looking at the light there, and there's a green light there. And a trigger is not, it isn't you press a button and that does it. But there are different things that have an association to a person and that may then elicit a memory and a flashback, and it could create a switch. But you don't.
What about what you're wearing now?
I don't invite a trigger.
Red and black.
But what you did here is, hey, can I talk to Maria Sanchez? And all of a sudden, fake accent comes out and she starts talking.
I don't even know if Maria Sanchez sounds. To me, she sounds Hispanic, and whatever talked to me sounded Russian without Russian words, but sounded Russian. I don't think Maria Sanchez and the Russian words were the same.
But what you said on direct is that she spoke Russian. You didn't say it sounded Russian.
I didn't. I said it sounded Russian. I would ask the jury to confirm this.
Why couldn't
I said it were not words.
I just get one question in? Why is it that Dr. Torres can ask her, can I speak to Maria Sanchez? Can't change. She says, I'm not able to change that persona. But when you ask, she's able to change.
Magic.
Okay. Those are my questions for today. We'll start tomorrow morning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our evening break. If I can have everyone back where they need to be so that we can start at 9 o'clock in the morning, we should be able to start right on time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. I know that some of you may go home. You may want to watch HBO, and that's fine. Just don't watch any documentaries. Don't watch anything about this case, any witnesses having to do with this case. So with that, we'll see everybody at 9 o'clock in the morning.
HBO got a big
All rise for the jury, please.
HBO. Tisha, make sure you guys hit like, please. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Thank you guys for watching. Tomorrow, we're going to get video. Things are going to turn up. We're going to see this whole interaction of, I guess, Maria and the Russian accent or whatever the fuck. Wow. Let me make sure this thing's set up for tomorrow too. Witness video.
What do you make of that?
I'll have to fix it.
He lied.
She's so nice.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So if we can start everybody in the morning at 9 o'clock. And Dr. Lewis, I understood, and I'm just going based on what the attorneys told me. I understood that you were going to be here this morning, and you weren't. I get that. I had then said that we would start at 1 o'clock.
And you weren't here.
You weren't here at 1 o'clock either. Let's be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay.
Supposed to be here too.
I understand.
Comes on me the last minute, the best I can.
No, I understand, and the attorneys are trying to do the best they can too. So I understand, but let's be here at 9 o'clock in the morning so that we can all start at the same time. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time?
Maybe
Prosecution?
it's a mental
Yes,
thing,
Judge.
mental health.
based on the issues that have popped up as it relates to the meeting that occurred with Dr. Lewis just in the last
on Sunday,
and then the lack of being here this morning when required, I would ask the court to issue an order that nobody, either the prosecution or defense, talk to the witness while she's off the stand tonight to avoid any further issues. There's already been one of those in this case, and I think it would be in the best interest of getting truth to the jury to avoid any other issues on that particular front. And then I think you've already given the witness an order to be here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning and be ready to testify. But I do think it's important, as we're trying to get to the truth of the matter here, that we don't have any impairments with this particular witness.
Mr. Tellini, since this is your witness, do you have a response?
Damn, thinking about this shit.
Okay, that request is granted. Dr. Lewis, aside from logistical issues about getting back and forth from wherever it is that you're staying to the courthouse, don't discuss this case with anyone else. Don't discuss it with especially don't discuss it with the attorneys. This is a cross-examination. There should not be,
Tips,
your
advice,
opinions would not be able to be
keep her in the
I
courthouse.
wouldn't allow them in at this point if you were to have a conversation with the attorneys overnight and then something were to change tomorrow in any event. So I think probably the cleanest way to avoid all of that is just don't have any discussion with the attorneys about your testimony either today or tomorrow or the case. And we'll leave it at that.
Your Honor, given that I'm unable to tell you why times change, why they this week and not 2 weeks ago, various times they have occurred. So without speaking with them, I can't tell you more than that. So here is,
Okay.
I will need some
We can
help
talk
getting-
about logistics.
Yeah, we
Can't
right.
talk about the case.
Right. Just not about the substance of the case. And then we'll see everybody
Just be back
tomorrow
in the
morning at 9
right?
o'clock.
All this other bullshit. Just go back on that.
Okay.
She's a nice lady, though. She's nice, I guess.
That I need to close.
Just come back in the morning. Jesus.
I don't know if I'd have the opportunity
On
to
time.
disclose to Dr. Lewis.
You lost me. Evidence emails? Okay.
Lord Almighty. Is that what she said? Hot Mike Doctor said, "What do you think about that he lied?" Shit got funky, man. Shit got funky, and the whole thing with the MRI and was it something? The other shit that could have been ordered, the defense decided not to, whatever. Ooh. And then they took her own book and used it against her own statements and shit. Ugh. Then he says we carried it for her. Make sure she eats good tonight. She gets sleep and shit. Lord Almighty, man. Lord of mercy. Lord mercy. EEG, EMG, ABC, DXY. The star witness getting ripped to shreds, man. Wow. She's lucky that they started this shit. Maybe that's why she came late. She could take a break and sleep and rest and shit. Lucky this shit started in the afternoon. Lord Almighty. Gotta log into this real quick. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna try to get through the super chats. There's a lot of super chats. Oh, they just ended it. They didn't even say bye. See you tomorrow. They just cut the shit. Bloop bloop. Damn. All right. So let me get the super chats. Maybe we can call Amy and talk to Amy. People keep asking for Amy. Let me just log into this thing from Maddie. And mom's gonna have to come another day, yo. We can't do this shit tonight. Sorry, mama. All right, let me work through some of these super chats, see if we can catch up. Today was really good. Make sure you come back tomorrow morning, okay? Come back tomorrow morning, subscribe, hit the like button. We haven't been getting as many likes as we used to. We used to get like 3,000, 4,000. Now it's barely breaking 2,000. So if they could do the likes. And thank you for everybody on Facebook watching as well. Oh my God. Let's see. Okay, I got. Yeah, this is from a while back. Lord Almighty. Wow. Okay, I did that. Nicole, thank you for the super chats. I'm just gonna read names and just thanks to everybody. This is why there was a 3-hour visit with Letecia yesterday. This lady doesn't stop talking, just like her. I thought about that. They both kind of have similar talking habits almost. Lady Tina, thank you for the super chat. The doctor is wearing black and red. I know. I thought the prosecution was going to bring that up. Linda Fontaine, it's almost break time, lady. That's set. Oh, I did this already. It's making my head hurt. Melissa Bell, yada, yada, whatever. Casey K has Teabag blinked lately. She's freaking me out. ASCH, have they classified her as an expert yet? That was so interesting how they fall back on it. Rocky Search 47. I guarantee the judge is hearing the Jeopardy theme. Jamie Winggood. The doctor's testimony is going to take 4 weeks. Christy Ann. I can see now why the meeting took 3 hours. SW4x4. How does she help patients? She doesn't shut up. Lola, Shannon, thank you for the memberships. Felisa, no one cares, girl. Wody JS, thank you for the super chat. Says arrogant. PhD Tisha thought the Harvard Sawyer HBO lady was going to save her. Can't wait for Cross. Oh, so brutal. Nicky Mel's best live trial to watch on YouTube. Thank you so much. It says thank you. Stacy, so much for the trial lasting 6 to 8 weeks. I'm surprised that they gave up the defense. It's so bad. It is so bad, yo, that I really thought I was shocked when they were like, that's it, we're done. No questions. Like, wow. They're not even trying. I'm sorry, they're not even really trying. They're not. It's fucking deplorable. There's really, again, they have very little to work with. I don't know how anybody could, but the 1-star witness, I feel like they just let so much. They just let it go. Just let it rip and shit. Not even trying. This shit looks bad. It's I don't know. Zrekmain put her on a Cracker Jack box, not a milk carton. Jennifer Cochran Fent, is she here to talk about herself or Letecia? Blue-eyed Candy, the brain and the mind are connected. Very interesting. KJO76, thank you for the super chat. I think Dorothy is from the land of Oz. Rocky Search 47. Semi-retired means I can sit here and ramble nonsense all day. And the whole thing too with the maybe some people missed it because there were some new people. The defense had asked her you're getting paid for this, which it's common, and she's like yes, and he mentioned I thought he mentioned first 300, and she was like I thought it was 350. It was like oh shit, what? So I don't know what's up with that. And it was also interesting how they pointed out all these. Did you see this police report? Did you see the FBI? Did you see I forgot the name of the other stuff. Myrtle Beach report, all these different things. And she's like, I don't know, I'd have to see. But I felt like the vibe I got is maybe she didn't look through all this shit. You know? There were so many effed up things. They buried it. They buried that testimony, man. Jennifer Cochran Fent, objection. Brainworms, great content when I clean carpets. Thank you. Kelly Hansen, not getting political, but this woman reminds me of Nancy Pelosi, even her voice. I saw a couple of comments about that. She said, well, the 375, I thought that's with travel. I thought she said 350 first, and then like 375 with travel. The Nancy Pelosi thing is funny. It actually does kind of sound like her. Miss Dog Lover, thanks for the super chat. This woman has just ruined her entire career. I don't know, but I mean, her career is kind of like, it's already, maybe her legacy, possibly. I don't know. But she's already kind of like just chilling on cruise control, I guess. Kelly, thank you for the super chat. C. Weiss Life, thank you for the 4-month membership. She reminds me of Armpit Dude from the Murdoch trial. That shit was pretty bad. Lisa Romo, Darlene Connor, and Goth Years. That's Letecia. Darlene Connor, who the hell that? Darlene Connor. He took a bunch of jabs. He took so many jabs. Oh man. Nah. Tisha looks way worse, I think. I don't know. Tisha looked way worse. Hold on. Darlene Connor, teenage goth. Tisha looked like that character we all been talking about. GGT. Tisha is taking mental notes for her testimony. Donkey Lipping Dingy, thanks for the 6-month membership. Love you, Mel. Love you too. That's a shame. Thanks for the super chat. That's a shame. Says PSA, she's right about Nazis. We all think we'd have Annie in the attic. We wouldn't. We think we're smart and good, but Nazis were gullible and evil. They weren't. They were normal people who believed in media and government. When did you last disobey? I don't know that I fully... The government's going to tell me to kill and torture people and rape, and I'm just going to be like, okay, let's go do that? Like, I don't know, this day and age, I don't know, you really think people are just going to be, yes, let's go do it, and there's nobody that's going to fight back? We're just all going to agree to torture people for I don't know about that. It's not even just about like hiding in the attic. I mean, I guess what you're trying to say, those people in that country, but I don't know. Miss Dog Lover, my nan had ramblings like this. God rest her soul. Tresha, thank you for the super chat. Cassie Phillips, thank you for the membership. Kelly Van Gilda, drink every time she says, Jay Nay, taking all your grocery shopping. Great distraction from the nonsense. Snacks for all. Trisha, do you think Dorothy slipped Tisha $5 like my grandma used to do to me? The jury has to be smart enough to see through this, right? I think the jury, there's no way there's somebody like buying the story from Tisha or even with Dorothy. It was just a wrecking ball. It just... Cassie Phillips, I can't believe the family has to sit and further listen to these lies. It should be illegal for victims to have to go through this kind of torture. I don't think they have to be there, but at the same time, maybe they either want to be there or feel some sort of obligation because it's their child, you know? But yeah, it's pretty shitty. Kelly... Numerous mails, one for Tisha, Maria, Nicole, and Lucia. Lala, thank you for the 3-month membership. It's horrible that she even manipulated this woman. Thank you, Mel, for everything you do and keeping me company during the day. Hugs. Thank you so much for keeping me company. Kelly, thank you. Christy, Cassie, Jamie, Mel, please use your red and black filter again. I have that somewhere. I don't know. Let me see. Image. Here. Not that one. Let's see. Do I have the alert boxes showing up too? I got too many files here. Let's see. To go on Discord. Teabag. I don't even know where it's at right now. It's somewhere in the computer, but like I just get so many messages. Even people that message me on a regular basis, it's really hard to reference anything because I just get like barraged by messages. And then finding it on my computer too. It's I don't know where it's at. It's somewhere. I mean, we got the carton up. I will find it though. Sandy, thank you for the super chat. Can't wait till cross. They'll rip her apart. Bamaskin 25. I wonder if Dr. Dust, oh Lord, here got a chance to review her premeditated Google searches for her future insanity. Jennifer Cochran, he is spoon feeding her. Wait till leading. Can we just give it to the jury now? He is. Badass Baker. Dr. Lewis knows this is her last cause. Unfortunately, she's not representing herself or the defense well at all. Casey J. The content Mel. Been around since Gabby's case. Thank you for hanging out with us and covering these cases. Thank you for becoming a member. Leslie P. I really think Dr. Lewis is so vague because she doesn't want her name associated after seeing this clown trial. She just says, I cannot recall a classic way to avoid being committed to a diagnosis. Marley Janey, who hasn't spoken foreign languages or with an accent? It's fun, not psychotic. I know, I have a bunch of accents. TG Bueno, thank you for the stars on Facebook. Heather M, thank you for the 12-month membership. Her lawyers should be ashamed of themselves. They're not. Stacy Lim Blue, thank you for the super chat. Letecia is making a mockery of those that actually suffer from a mental illness to try to cover up this horrific crime, and the doctor fell for it. Gypsy, I'm taking a shot every time doctor says, Eva, one more super chat. Thanks. Thank you. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, I feel like the jurors are trying to see right through this. This doctor is really having a hard time. I'm sorry, guys, but I feel sad for her. I felt a little bad for her, too. But at the same time, man, hey, this is, trial for the murder of a child. But, I mean, it's rough, though, to have to go through that and take that. Amy, if you're watching, I'm going to call you in a second. I'm almost done. Let me just catch this up because I'll be here forever trying to catch this up. Allie, thanks, Mel. It's been fun hanging out with you during the trial. Prayers for Gannon and his family. Lola, Letecia doesn't have brain damage. Where are the CT scans? Defense and their witnesses are reaching. Diggs lies. She's been in rooms with serial killers. She has Gypsy. I'm up to 50 shots. Fire. Why is this interview? This is why this interview took 14 hours. A $350 an hour fee. True. Buddha, thank you for the membership. Letecia, Lady C, thank you for the super chat. Letecia is so pleased with herself. Dupe that doctor. Crafty Florida Lady, thank you for the very nice super chat. 50. This is totally BS and a total waste of taxpayers' money. Mel, thank you for streaming this. No, thank you guys for riding with me. Thank you. Thank you. And also, I saw you gifted 10 memberships earlier. I took a note, so thank you so much for that. And also, Lala, the Kawi Crafter. I'm saying it right. Kawaii Crafter, thank you for those memberships as well. Earlier, 5 memberships. So nice. Amazing. Sorry, I'm rushing because I'm trying to catch it up. I love your live stream, says Aaron E. I found you by accident and have been watching ever since. Thank you for being you. That was the lamest direct examination. Level up, Jess. Thank you, says Letecia, looking at her like she's about to attack. I know, yo, she had such a serious, like, mean mugging, just like staring at her. I think they know, like, this is like, I don't know how they could be so delusional to like think that this was going to be it. Or maybe they're not delusional and they knew. Or maybe they're just pretending like whatever so that Letecia thinks they got something. Letecia needs to take a Hail Mary. Letecia needs to testify. She's still going to lose, but she needs to take the Hail Mary. Nobody's going to save you. These attorneys are not going to save you. You're not going to save yourself, but in your mind, you got to take this Hail Mary and testify. Oh, they're going to rip your ass up, though. The prosecution, they're on point. They're going to rip your ass apart. But she needs to do it. She don't got a choice. There's nobody that can save her. Lady C, Maria the Protector, about that doctor out. Maria the Protector, about that, take that doctor out. Oh, how about take that doctor out? Crime Solver, this might be a good time to get those under table cuffs for Tish. Just saying, she looking feral. They got to bolt her. Leslie P, now that is just so wrong. Whether like Tisha or not, someone's life is at stake here. So who's confabulating now, Dr. Lewis? Oh shit. T Marie, thank you for the membership. Train Monkey, Daddy, when will it be over? Halfway to 100. Thank you for the membership. Lola Dixon, hey Mel, thank you for your time, coverage, and reactions. You're the best. Sending love from London, UK. Nessie B, stop the cap. Leslie P, I'm not a lawyer, but Would her testimony now, arguing she did not have what she needed, create a reason for appeal? Okay, next, are they going to ask for a mistrial? But they usually do anyway, right? They usually do, appeal, whatever. But that's a huge thing. That she didn't even do what she would have liked to done, and the defense, like, what they decided not to, or whatever. It seems like she didn't even know that. I mean, I don't know. It's just bad. It's bad, bro. Está malo. Nubian Max UK. T gonna rip out her gizzard. Lin, thank you. Leslie P, I feel like we're witnessing karma together. I did think that as well. Brainworms, I'm 51 minutes behind. I just want to hear you say my name. Say my name. Crime Solver, the story just cost Tish $150. Meg, thank you for the membership. Gentry Jade, I bet money her book is in jail library, and that is where liar Tisha got this idea from. I bet money her book is in jail. Oh, maybe she probably read up on some shit. Yeah. Kelly Van Gilder, she's narrating the damn documentary. I know when she was doing that whole documentary shit, I already knew she was telling the same story about that lady. The lady that it wasn't Maria? No. I feel like it was Maria too, actually. Or Mar something. I don't know. No, she's like, come back or something. Don't leave. And she's literally narrating in the voice and everything. I'm like, oh my God. Jojo Living Life, thank you for the super chat. Wonder if Letecia will show out. Doc failed. That's what I was thinking. She needs to testify, or now she should have saved that doctor today by doing an act in the court. Trudy, I just want to see a video of the accent. So tomorrow it's going to be so good. I'm thinking. Hopefully this doctor shows up. Hopefully nothing. She doesn't come up with anything to not show up tomorrow. D Jarv, thank you for the membership. Kelly, thanks for the super chat. Please mail new merch. Crazy as a bed bug. That's the first time I heard that before from this doctor. Kelly, thank you. Kelly Givincio. Sam Panther, thank you. Jen, thank you for the membership. Tiffany Bob, never been more embarrassed for someone in my life. Drizzle, thanks for the super chat. Mel's impressions of Will the simp are giving me life. Will the simp. Will, I am Will. I'm here. I gotta represent her. Allison, thanks for the super chat. Maria is gonna take the stand. They better have a Russian translator. Claire, thanks for the super chat. She flipped the bird again. Anyone see that? I think I might have missed that today. I think I missed it today. Lisa loves Chihuahuas. Thank you for the membership. Lala, the Kawaii Crafter. Thanks for the super chat. I think Letecia has a better chance of saying she didn't have competent attorneys and pulling off an insanity DID plea. Have a good night. She might be able to, yeah. That chick, Chanel, I'm from Rochester, and we laughed her out of here in the 90s. Oh, okay. Keith Dick, thank you for the super chat. To a mama, you make the trial all that much more fun. Thank you. And says, I meant to send 10. Oh, thank you. This makes up the difference. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Jamie Lighty flipped the bird again. Oh, I must have missed it. Sarah Farmer, didn't Letecia Google not guilty by sanity? Did she? Maybe. I didn't remember. Maybe. Leslie P. Mel, don't forget about your friend in the courtroom. We need to hear her insight. Will you call her? Yes. I got one more super chat. Thank you, Leslie. And Gentry Jade, thank you for the super chat. The 20, very nice. When she said the lawyer lied to her at the end, it was about those tests. Oh, she said she was told the court denied them. She was appalled thinking they were denied. They withdrew and lied to her. I hope the prosecutors catch on to it. Ooh. Aussie Ollie. You've never said hello to me, Ick Mel, and I'm always here from down under. I'm unsubscribed. I'm just kidding. Hi, Aussie. How you doing? Hi, Aussie Ollie. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for being a member, too. All right, let's call Amy if she can still answer. My mother texted me. Okay, let me call Amy. And there's a chase. Amazing. Might be a chase.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Mel.
How you doing?
I'm okay. I'm not held in contempt or anything.
We're on live right now.
Oh, okay. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I was tweeting. I mean, not tweeting. I was texting a few things, but the bailiff got fed up and said, "Put it away." So.
Wait. Oh, really? He talked to you?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's a little confusing because there's press in there and there's family in there and there are members of the court like that are sitting by the family, and so they all have computers and phones, and ex-witnesses are there using their phone. So I was like, well, why can't I? Well, I found out. Apparently, the general public can't. So.
Oh.
Yeah, I even asked one of the prior witnesses that was there. I was like, "Hey, you're using your phone. Is it okay that we use our phone?" And they're like, "Well, I don't know. I'm kind of different than you. Like, I'm part of the legal system."
What?
So.
Oh, and I feel like I think I'm echoing for some reason. Are you playing me in the background, or is that me?
No, let's see. Let's test.
I mean, we could work on it, but let me close all my stuff.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think that's.
Is it echoing?
No, I think that's better.
Okay.
So yeah, what did you think about this doctor? And like, I don't know if you got to see any reactions.
Oh yeah, I wrote down everything from different points, and I will say overall, I think she was obliterated. And I talked to other people that were there, on the other. So on the right side is all family, all of Gannon's family. It fills up the entire right side. On the left side, the first two rows are for press, and then the doctor's son was there. So he was in one of the rows.
The doctor's son was there on Letecia's side, I guess, right?
Right. So the doctor's son was there, and he's the one that I think indulged, or whatever you want to call it. He smelled like marijuana the whole time.
No.
I don't know if it was him. Don't want to say it. I can't prove it, but most people come to Colorado. That's the first thing they kind of want to do.
Right.
But come to courtroom like that, I don't know.
Yeah.
He was chill the whole time. I mean, I don't think I would have taken it as well having my mom being, pushed. But it was I'm not sure. I guess everything got aired about how angry the judge was at the doctor. The doctor reminded me a lot of Letecia, and that's what other people were saying.
Yeah.
She's entitled. She doesn't have to follow the rules, and she does a lot of word salad.
A lot. I mean, I almost even thought the defense was kind of a little annoyed with her too at first when he was on, and so he kind of kept trying to rein her back in, and then the prosecution on they really did obliterate her. But then I was surprised with the judge thing at the end. I guess he was kind of like it does seem like he was annoyed because like he talking about the time, like you were supposed to be here in the morning, you weren't here, then you're supposed to be here in the afternoon, you were late, and so like you need to be here on time tomorrow.
And then she goes, "I'll try."
Oh, that's what she said, because I couldn't hear what she was trying to, like, what she said.
Yeah, she said, "I'll try."
Wow.
Entitled, very entitled. And then her son was shaking his head, yes, like in the back, like he would.
Maybe it's the son that's all blazed out and shit on weed. He's the one that's been driving her back and forth and stuff.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to get sued for anything, allegedly, allegedly, he was the one who reeked of it. Yeah. So I don't know. But he was really calm. Gannon's the family, they were incredibly stoic. No tears, no anger, no reacting. They just kind of, I watched them a lot. I thought one comment the doctor made was incredibly rude about Al.
What the marriages, right?
Right.
Yeah, I was shocked when she said that.
It's like, hello, you just attacked the victim's father. What? And then the whole time we were in there, we were like, show us the video. Shut up and show us the video. So, and I did tell, so there's some true crimers from other places that were there, and they didn't know as much about the doctor. And I said, the prosecution is going to poke and poke because she's known to explode. And they were like, really? She seems very meek. I said, watch. And she started getting a little feisty towards the end.
Yeah, she was a couple times, yeah.
It's like, let me finish. And I don't know if y'all heard this part when they told her she cannot talk to the attorneys tonight.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
She told him, but I need to talk to them about why I'm not getting here on time. Oh, that was it. The case blower. Did y'all all catch it? Did y'all catch the moment when she said the court would not pay for the EEG and the MRI?
Yeah.
And they said, would it shock you to find out the defense drew back the order? And she's like, what? Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy. Because I think, that was pretty nuts. That was really nuts.
That was like everybody, and I had moved through the back to make friends with the bailiff towards the second half. So I was sitting by her. And I shouldn't say that, so hopefully nobody sees or figures out who I am. But I was not sitting next to the bailiff. I was kind of near. But she was her eyes got really big, like, wow, this is dirty. They're doing her dirty, and she's their witness.
Wow.
They didn't even tell her.
Yeah, that was messed up.
And it's like, why don't they want the EEG and the MRI to come in? Is it because there's nothing there?
Mm-hmm.
And then Dorothy seemed to backpedal and say, oh, well, I don't really need it. Yes, you do.
Yeah, when they don't give her all the accurate and honest information, she's left out to hang like that. Oh my God.
That was horrible.
Yeah.
That was pretty bad. I will say the jurors were very, very, I don't have a baseline for other days.
Right.
But today, they were doing the ping pong head, look at the defense, look at the attorney, look at the witness, look at the attorney, look at the witness. They were like really listening. There's one guy, I tell you, he's you. He's you on the jury.
No.
Now.
What does he do?
Every expression is on his face. Every reaction on his face. You know what he's thinking the whole time. And there was a lot of WTF faces. And yeah, I've got a lot of notes. I'm actually stuck in traffic while I'm talking to you, but I don't want to tell you everything, but I will tell you that her feet are shackled. I didn't know that. I don't know if everybody else knew that.
No.
But her feet are shackled under the desk at all times, except for when, she needs to go to the bathroom. But her feet are shackled the whole time. Let me see if I can find anything else. Let's see. Oh, earlier I said we had this COVID seating. Okay, let me clarify.
Oh, yeah.
It's suggested they put a sheet of paper between every other person, but after a while you give up.
Right.
Now, the jury still has the panels up, the clear panels between each of them.
Oh, okay.
So I just wanted to clarify that if anybody comes back and there's no COVID seating. It's just they put a sheet of paper every other to kind of encourage that.
People are asking about this hot mic moment, right at the end when the doctor was talking, and I think it's just this whole thing that she kind of she was lied to. Somebody sent a super chat and said when she said the lawyer lied to her at the end, like people heard her say something like lawyer lied to her.
About the timing of when she was supposed to be there.
Oh, okay. It wasn't about this other thing, I guess.
Well, there's that too.
Yeah.
But she said, I want to talk to them tonight about the timing. And he said, you can talk to them about the timing, but you can't talk to them about the case. And it's like, no, you just said you cannot talk to them at all. But then he went back on it and said, okay, you can talk to them about the timing. And it's like, why are you worried about the damn timing? I'm sorry.
Right. Me. No, you're good. Don't trust me.
Okay.
I've said worse.
But she was very not respectful of the court to me. She talked back to the judge. She had to have the last word, just like Letecia.
That's so interesting. Yeah, that's a good point.
She really, bad wreck. Okay, let's see. Oh, New York police.
People were wondering too, did they say anything about like that guy Will and Letecia cuddling and shit? Or like, kind of.
A lot of people in the courtroom were like today, like, the people in the gallery, whatever, they were saying how disgusting it was yesterday. And I didn't notice them touch. I saw him touch once. He did not have a wedding ring on. He is even, I'm sorry, just everything you said yesterday about, he probably, you had a little description for him yesterday.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Spot on.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, about probably never having the attention of a girl.
Yeah,
probably,
I get that vibe from him. I kind of, the last couple of days I've been picking up on
She's got him misted. I call that misted.
Misted?
Yeah.
I feel like she has him like wrapped around her fingers and stuff. It's so weird.
Oh, it's so bizarre and embarrassing and cringe. And I'm surprised the judge is allowing it in his courtroom. And I have a feeling he was talked to last night because they weren't doing it today. From what I could tell.
Yeah, it was less. It was a way less. I mean, I saw they were a little close, but yeah, it wasn't like, not like yesterday for sure.
Okay. Is there anything? Okay, I had that. I had that on my next thing. Letecia, an attorney not touching. Let's see. When the doctor talked about the charges and the courtroom laughed, she said, I haven't been paid yet.
Oh, yeah.
And everyone laughed.
Yeah.
About her rates and stuff. I looked over to see if Gannon's dad and his wife and Gannon's mom found that offensive. They laughed too.
Oh, okay. Cool. That's interesting to know.
Yeah, they can laugh too, in the middle of all this.
They're going to get canceled now. I'm just kidding.
What?
No, I'm just kind of joking. Because I know a lot of times people, like, they act like families, even though it's a horrible thing. Like, they can't have a moment of, like, laughter and people get all crazy and stuff.
Come on, people. Yeah. We have range of emotions no matter what.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else? When the doctor said, when she said those final words for the defense, Letecia was insane. That was like her final sentence. I looked over at Gannon's dad, and he just didn't flinch. Like, whatever.
And you know what? You reminded me, too, that one moment, too, where the doctor, I guess accidentally or whatever, she said Letecia is guilty or something at some point.
Yes!
Oh, my God. So he held on to that. It's like, oh, yeah? And
let's take that. Yeah.
It was so bad. So freaking bad.
That's why I think Letecia's going to testify. I really do.
That's just Hail Mary. Like, she has to do it. I don't think
she has
help
to, because she's like, you just screwed this up. You're stupid. I'm going to go up there and show you. What does she have to lose?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, she's already lost. Like, might as well last ditch effort.
Yeah. Let's see if I can see another one.
Oh, that's the other thing. Amy P said that the doctor said the suitcase weighed 100 pounds. I was like,
she weighs 100 pounds.
I know. That's what I was like, who carried that thing? Who carried that suitcase around?
I think her son did, or they have it on wheels or something. He was really trying to. We felt like he was really trying to push whether she had cognitive deficits. The doctor herself. Like, do you remember this? You said this earlier. I don't remember saying this.
Right. Oh, interesting. I didn't think about that.
And we were kind of going like, oh, this feels disrespectful to the elderly, but You know, he had to do what he had to do.
Right.
And I thought she was pretty sharp for her age. You know, I mean, she wasn't perfect, but I've seen worse witnesses.
Somebody said, I don't know if it's true, somebody said she has Parkinson's, and somebody else said she has rheumatoid arthritis. I mean, I don't know what's what, but maybe it's possible.
I don't know. I did not see shaking. That's all I know about Parkinson's. She did come in a wheelchair. On the video where the judge yelled at everybody for moving the furniture.
Oh, the judge. Yeah, that was amazing. Who was the one that did that? Was it the attorney or was it her?
He was yelling at her attorney, the defense attorneys.
Oh, yeah.
Tables and everything,
he did that.
And he lost it.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
Yeah. And I did do a little diagram of all the jurors. When I get home, I can tell y'all, like, generally, I don't think that would be against anything to give you a general feel of the makeup of the jury. I will say overall, I mean, if I had to place bets, they're going to find her guilty. But they are listening intently. They're all very cool. Nobody's, you know, sticking out except for Mel. The juror. He's funny. He's the one that makes people laugh.
Oh yeah.
And he's got a lot of expressions. And I'm like, this is Mel.
That's so funny.
He's probably about your age, you know, and he's sitting right up front by the witnesses. So let's see. I put she twists things just like Letecia. Other people were saying that that man had stayed in the sunbed too long, the red man.
Oh. Oh my gosh.
They got hot in there.
Are you going back tomorrow? People are wondering.
I don't know. That's why I'm holding off on saying much more, because if I go back, I don't want to say anything because there's other information.
People are going to be looking for you, whatever,
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Because we were like, why are they not showing the video? And so the defense didn't show it, but the prosecution's going to show it.
I know. I'm looking forward to that. I thought that was interesting too.
We were like, shut up and get the video on. Mm-hmm. We want to hear it now. And but I just don't know. Those seats are so uncomfortable.
Yeah. Did the temperature in there get the same, or did it get worse or better? Or
not to 80 degrees, but it started getting pretty hot. And people were taking, layers off. So there's a bodyguard with the family, and that's very frightening. There's a lot of guns in there.
Oh, okay.
Which should make you feel safe, I guess, but it also is like just the reality of it hits you,
Right.
You can't get, too close. They're watching Letecia, and they're also protecting the family. I don't know from whom, but maybe somebody wants to go after the family.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's good that they're doing that, but yeah.
Yeah. Any other? And then when she said she's made her mistakes, that did not look good for the doctor.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then she did the whole. Remember, we all watched the documentary with Billy, and she explained that whole story. That was in the documentary.
Yes.
I don't know if you fell
I did see that, and
part.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that from the documentary. Mm-hmm.
But the judicial notice was a huge thing about saying the defense withdrew the request for the EEG and the MRI. That is a huge, huge thing that I worry about. I don't know this. We would need an attorney. Is that enough for appeal?
Right.
That her attorneys, because the doctor was really, really mad about it, and nobody will ever know, because now they're saying, well, what if she got injured in jail? The brain injury could be from jail, not from before. And she kept saying about, you would have all this information from before. Well, where's that information? I have never heard of the information of multiple names, losing time, etc. Before the murder. She started creating that stuff after the murder.
Okay.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, tell me, is there a car chase on? Am I losing you?
Oh, you know what? I don't even know. I was looking at something, but yeah, there was something coming up. Let's see what
Okay, tell me if there's another question.
All right, I'm gonna take a look in the chat, but I think we're good for now.
Okay.
And I definitely, whether you go or not, we can talk tomorrow more too.
Yeah. I just can't do it was fun today sneaking the real life time little text out, but
yeah.
And the lady next to me was like, I saw her coming, but I couldn't warn you. Shoot.
Yo, Amy, thank you so much for giving us like some perspective from inside the courtroom and like the jury
Sure.
and the family and the judge.
It's just
the
all
doctor.
those questions that I've wanted answered.
Right. Right.
And that's what I was trying to observe, like the family and the jury and the reaction. And the judge absolutely is, pro-state always. And I'm trying to think one other thing. Someone said they thought that Lena was in the courtroom.
Oh.
And that would be Gannon's little sister.
Right.
And before anybody told me that, I thought it was her on my own.
Wow.
I didn't ask or confirm. I can't imagine they bring that child in there. I don't know why they would do that.
Right.
So, anyway. All right.
All right, Amy. Well, thank you so much. Drive safe, and we'll be in touch.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Missed everybody today.
Thanks. Yeah, no, usually in the chat and we're DMing on Discord, but thank you so much for that. All right. Okay.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
Okay, bye.
We should probably too next time we can just, whether she goes or not, we can just call her and get some of her thoughts and reactions, even if she's just watching. Charlene Connor, thank you for the super chats. Home Brood, thank you for the resubscription. Lane, thank you for the membership. Inside information with Ikid Mel. Yeah, and I really need to clip those things. Okay, well, how about at least in something? My mother's like adamant. I don't know why she's so adamant to come over on a weekday at 8 o'clock at night. I feel like sometimes she just wants to come here and check shit, like make sure things are okay. Like I'm really just busy. I'm not like a drug lord or something, like running a drug operation. I feel like she just wants to come and make sure that like I'm not doing some crazy shit. Like, come on. She hasn't seen the Coke story though. She doesn't have a channel. That's Amy. No. That's Amy. She's, a subscriber, and she's like a supporter, a really good supporter, and she's sent me like a lot of information on the case. She also recorded some videos that I got to put together. I want to give a little bit of context. There's like a bunch of things that I need to do, but as far as like YouTube, but the trial is the priority. And then after the stream is over, I got to make sure, like, I don't know, regular life stuff, And so it's like a balance of like, I just have to keep pushing things back because we got to make sure that we're here every day. And then, Maddie's school and all that stuff. Okay, I'm coming anyway. She has to work tomorrow. I'm coming anyway. I'm going to be there. Awesome. I'll see Ali, no problem. Maria or Marie, did Letecia read her book? I wouldn't be surprised. It was probably Marie, Charlene. It was probably Marie. The trial, in the chat, her name is Amy L. 2022. She hasn't been in there today because she's been, at the trial. But okay, I guess we should call it. And next time, I think what I'll try to do, because sometimes people tell me the call cuts in and out. I'll call from the computer so that you can hear directly the feed instead of me holding up the phone. Oh, thank you. Burnt toast when you're doing it the right way. But yeah, I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do. Just kind of taking it day by day. Today was crazy. Today was crazy, and tomorrow is gonna be maybe even crazier. Probably interesting. We're gonna get to see some video that we've never seen before. So I'm excited about that. And I'll try to set up the video hopefully ahead of time tomorrow, if it's possible. But yeah, I love you guys. Have a good night. Peace. Be back here tomorrow morning. It's going to be hot. Don't miss it. Don't come hours later. Be like, oh, Mel, what happened? Oh, Mel. No, tomorrow's the day, kind of like, well, today you could have missed the beginning. Tomorrow's the day you want to be there in the morning. En la mañana, it's going to be caliente. As long as this doctor shows up. Dorothy Lewis. All right. Good night, guys. Love you. Bye. Thank you so much today for the support. Oh, that's true. Don't source out your source, man. All right. That's why people are probably asking for her name. They're going to go hunt her down, search her down.